Alrighty. I'd like to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Tiverton Town Council, Monday, February 10th. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Comito.
Present.
Councilor Hayden.
Present.
Councilor Janik.
Present.
Councilor DiMederos.
Present.
Councilor Edwards.
Present.
Councilor Paul.
Present.
Councilor Perry.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. All right, so first up on the consent agenda, we have approval of the Town Council minutes, January 27th, 2025 regular meeting, and January 27th, 2025 executive session. Acknowledge receipts of minutes from boards and commissions and committees, Personnel Board 3, Harbor Commission 1, Historical Cemeteries 2, Economic Development Commission 2. Acknowledge receipt of reports, Town Administrator, Departments, monthly reports, January 2025, and same Town Administrator, Police and Fire Department overtime reports, January 2025. Acknowledge receipt of correspondence, letter from the ACLU regarding immigration model ordinance, Ron Bonin law / breach of contract claim referred to school department and the trust. Approval of tax assessor abatements, $781.23. Approval of Narragansett Electric / Verizon joint poll petition for poll 2751-84 on Lake Road. Approval of police department budget transfers, $6,000 from account 3330-7590 IT comp to account 3330-6735 software. And final approval of the town council governance policy as amended on 1/27/2025. Would any councilors like to remove any items? Councilor DiMederos.
Mr. President, I'd like to remove 4D2 and 4DH.
Okay, anybody else? Councilor Janik.
Mr. President, I'd like to remove A1, the meeting minutes for the regular meeting, and D1.
A1, D1. All right, A1, D1, D2, and H. Any other councilors? Do I have a motion to approve the consent?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. All in favor? None opposed. All right, let's start right from the top. Councilor Janik, 2027 or 127 regular minutes.
These are the minutes from the last meeting, and I was not there, but on page 7, about halfway down, says Councilor DiMederos motion to approve amendments, but then Councilor DiMederos was opposed. So I just wanted to make sure that you motioned to make it and then opposed it.
Yeah, because I did it for discussion.
Okay.
All right, D1. Who was that? Was that Councilor Janik?
Yeah.
That was me. I just wanted to know, this is a letter regarding immigration model ordinance. Are they looking for us to pass this on someplace?
That was the assumption from the ACLU, but we did not put that on the agenda.
Okay. That's fine.
All right, D2, Councilor
All right,
DiMederos.
so D2 is a letter regarding a lawsuit, and it really does concern the school committee, but I want to make sure the trust really gets this letter and is aware of it, because in the past, with school committee suits, the trust has not been called upon, and they have refused to do anything about it because they weren't there from the very beginning. Everyone needs to keep in mind that the school committee cannot be sued. So all their funds are for school education. So if this comes to fruition, the town's responsible. So that's why it's very important that Mike Marcello watches this and maybe calls the trust himself to make sure they were aware of this. And we need to watch this carefully, because it's not them that has to pay for this, it's us. So we want to make sure we get proper representation.
Thank you. And then governance policy.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve D2, because the governance policy I want to be separate.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve D2.
Second.
Can we include A1 and D1 as well?
Sure, so moved.
All right. Seconded by Councilor Paul. All in favor? All right. None
Somebody
opposed.
isn't. All right. And H is just that there's a couple of us that didn't vote for the town council governance policy changes. So I just want to make sure that this is done separately, So those who opposed it can just oppose this and not the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay. So, do you have a motion?
Someone else needs to make the motion.
Can you just talk about what,
So the changes that I disagree with was the personnel board change.
page?
It's 7, like B or
Yeah.
C. It's
I'm
second to
sorry,
last
Deb,
page.
you weren't here, so.
No, so I reviewed the minutes, but it didn't specify.
Counselor Janigat, basically that item says that because the charter is silent on the hiring of the administrator, that the council would follow the personnel board track as the screening tool for the.
Which whoever they can send just one candidate, and that's the only one we have to interview, and not look at the rest of the resumes.
So, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Okay. Public comments regarding council item or other town business. We have several. For anybody who did want to speak about 8N, just so we're aware, that item is coming off the agenda this evening. So if that's solely your focus, no need to worry about it because it's not being discussed. First up, we have Mike Monty and Ryan DeMello regarding the zoning use table amendments. And just please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Michael Monty of Sayre, Regan and Thayer, 130 Bellevue Ave, Newport, Rhode Island.
Ryan DeMello, 1134 Wappin Road, Middletown, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
So just very briefly, and we submitted a correspondence to this effect as well. Mr. DeMello is in negotiations or discussions with the town to potentially acquire some land in the planned development park. And while you're updating your use table and your zoning code, came to our attention after having a discussion with the zoning enforcement officer that Mr. DeMello's intended use of the property is not a permitted one. The intended use would ultimately be a construction debris separation facility, but in the short term, Mr. DeMello operates a rental business of roll-off construction dumpsters. So he needs a location to store the trucks and the dumpsters when they're not in use. And that use really would be incidental to a construction debris separation facility ultimately. We think it's an appropriate use in the industrial zone and in the planned park. So here to advocate for consideration of making that a permitted use in those zones. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Mr. Solicitor, just so we're aware, this letter came in after the agenda had already been submitted, so we're happy to take a look at this for the next council meeting's agenda.
So we have been in communications with Mr. Monty, and the potential buyer got a zoning letter from the zoning officer that we drafted for the zoning officer, laying out the different scenarios. We believe to clear up this issue that we should probably adopt a definition of construction demolition debris, what the definition is, and allow it in whatever zone, mostly the industrial zone, which is a PDP as well. So that's something that I think we had discussions in closed session about that as well as part of the sale. It's up to the council to decide. We can't do it tonight, obviously, but it will be up to you to decide whether or not we send that back with a recommendation that we do have a C and D definition and update the use table to allow it in certain zones.
Okay.
Could we ask this solicitor to write that up for us, so that it is allowed in the agenda? We have gone through this with Mr. DeMello.
Yeah, we could.
And it was kind of the agreement that we would consider that.
We could, and then if you were to, if we do it from if we do it first, it still goes to the planning board for their
Yes.
recommendation, and then we wait for them to, I think it's 60 days or 45 days, and then we could adopt it after that. So if that's what the majority of the council would like, then we could do that as well. We can do that, if that's what the,
That would be fantastic.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank
So we'll
you.
get back to you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
All right, Hannah Medeiros, waterfront zoning.
Hello, thank you for your time. So this is in.
Name and address if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah. Han Maderis, 1761 Main Road. This is in regards to the Stonebridge area specifically. So hopefully this is not me being too nervous. My sense of purpose within this community is directly connected to my career that I've been building for over a decade. The amount of commercial rental properties that would be appropriate and affordable for a single small business owner like myself are few and far in between in this area. I am not coming from out of the state. I grew up in Rhode Island and have been working since I was 14 at local small businesses here. I've been in my career for over 10 years now. My long-term goal has always been to have a private studio on Main Road in the Stonebridge area. I am also not coming into this with groundswell money. Myself and other small businesses cannot afford to buy historical buildings or monopolize neighborhoods in this area. I laid eyes on 1761 Main Road 2 years ago. The landlord was convinced that the zoning was the same as across the street, which would be general commercial. I was told by John Hoyler no personal services were allowed within that strip of Main Road when there's a hair salon just 2 doors down. Assuming they were approved of a special use permit or legal nonconforming, surely I could do the same. After seeking out the advice from 3 different attorneys, they told me, don't waste your time, they will tell you no. Since Firestone Water left that space I am currently inquiring about, several businesses have come and gone from that space, all of which have clear advertising on the outside of the building. There was nothing inconspicuous or secretive about it. After I terminated that lease, another business popped up right after, not waterfront zoning approved. Every time I drove past, my day was literally ruined. It was then later advertised on Facebook Marketplace as a business for sale for $11,000 when that business failed him. I then inquired to him what he did with the town to go about the zoning that I had a problem with. He told me he didn't bother, and he wasn't sure what the zoning was. We need more accessibility and affordable rental properties, more support and general enthusiasm for small business owners who want to be a part of this community and are also from here. I've been renting this space since September because I couldn't bear to see another business go under the radar when I should have every right to work there as well. I don't believe we are ever owed anything in life, which is why I have never worked so hard towards a goal that I might not be afforded. I am generally a pessimist and a nihilist. I have been pushing down my natural inclination to tell myself it's pointless every time I've hit a bump in the road or I think about how much money I have put toward this. Just in rent, it's about 10 grand. But here I am now, still trying, as I am incredibly persistent and stubborn. This has been all while people have told me we have no idea what's going down there until somebody complains or brings it to our attention. I urge you to please pay attention to me now and help make this town more accessible and welcoming to young small business owners who are just trying to get permission to support themselves when we can't even afford to live here. This is our livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard D'Addario. By the way, anybody here talking about the zoning stuff, and if this is what you're going to talk about as well? Absolutely. Do you mind holding on to that until we get to the public hearing? Because it is a public hearing, so, all right. Perfect.
Any questions or no?
Councilor DiMederos?
I do believe if the zoning goes through this evening, you'll be able to open your business.
Yeah, I've been told that it would be, the personal services would be included.
Yes, it would
And
be.
I've already contacted the fire marshal about what I would need to do with him, everything. So,
Yeah, and I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I hope everything goes well.
me too. Thank you.
All right. Karen Ephraim, are you okay waiting until the zoning item comes up, or the public hearing?
It doesn't have to do with public hearing.
Okay, then by all means.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Karen Ephraim. I am at 74 North Christopher Avenue. I have reached out to all of you via email regarding my concerns about the Tiverton Business Park on January 4th, 2025. I've spoken to the past town council numerous times about my concerns in great detail via written correspondence and at public comment at various meetings. I have even spoken at the Tiverton Zoning Revision Committee during public comment. I am formally requesting a meeting with town council along with members of my neighborhood as soon as possible while zoning changes are occurring throughout town. This is time-critical meeting to discuss the lack of clarity the town of Tiverton provided members of my neighborhood in understanding how the water department-owned land behind North Christopher Avenue zoning was changed to industrial without notice to abutters years ago. Now it is time for the town to help course-correct this issue so that hardworking taxpayers are unharmed. The proposal that was part of the package by Sayer, Regan, Thayer, LLP on behalf of their client, Mr. DeMello, would cause harm if zoning code changes would be permitted because such a business would negatively affect the environment and potentially our drinking water. I ask that at the very least, please extend me the courtesy of pausing your decision for Mr. DeMello until we meet, since we must always exercise extreme caution with respect to development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sally Ferreira. The 8N, sorry. Again, that's going to be off the, I'm taking that off the agenda because of potential conflict of interest, so.
It's going to be tabled.
How does it happen that we don't even know about this? It just showed up on the agenda. We weren't notified, the water department was notified.
If you want to come up that way, people can hear you.
I just want to educate myself. Sally Ferreira, 23 Last Street, Tiverton, Rhode Island. So I'm here to speak about the matter that was on 8N regarding the North Tiverton and Stonebridge merging. So I was very surprised to see this on the agenda. No one on the water board knew about it. And I don't know how that happens. I just want to educate myself. Is it something that I have to go on every week on the agenda to check it out so I can know what's going on?
So just point of clarification, I'm going to tread lightly because I'm actually the one with the conflict, which is why it's going to come. The council can put forward resolutions like this, and in this instance, this plus a couple other resolutions are asking the legislature to do something. The town council doesn't have any authority over either of the quasi-governmental, actually all three of the quasi-governmentals. So it's something that we can put forward, and ultimately the entity that would regulate the quasis would be the one who would reach out to you, so coming from the state.
When do they reach out to us? After it gets passed?
Well, so the town council has no authority. In this instance, it would have been us asking the state to look into doing something. And then they would, if they were gonna do anything, then they would communicate directly with you.
Okay, I thought because, it would be nice to get a correspondence or something so we can be aware of it. I don't know how that works. I mean, I'm in business and I always let people know what I'm doing,
Yeah.
Get it.
So, all right, so it's off the agenda. Is it going to be on the agenda again?
If another counselor wants to bring it back for the next meeting, then another counselor could do that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to educate myself on this, and
Okay.
hopefully it, doesn't happen again, or if it does, I'll be ready. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Jamie French. It's F. What's that? Oh, okay.
Hi, Jamie French. I live at Craig Avenue. I have a concern about the appointment of liaisons to the water department and also to the sewer departments of the districts. Normally, your liaisons go to boards and commissions, town boards and town commissions. But the sewer department is not a town board or commission, and the water department isn't a town board or a commission. The town is always welcome to go to any of these open meetings because there's open meetings, there's notes that are taken, everything's filed with the SOS, and like everyone else. But to appoint yourself as a liaison to bring back info that could be one-sided to the town council, I find to be very disturbing, because if someone were to misunderstand something and bring it back to you, we would have no recourse in our districts, because you're a liaison to us, and we're not even a town board or commission. Second of all, I think that when you have resolutions, it would be really nice to discuss this with the public. You know, to all of a sudden decide that you want to merge water districts, wow, that's a big deal. That is a significant deal. There's a lot of inequity between the districts. It's not like merging apples and apples. It's like merging apples and grapefruits or something, you know? It's not, there's a big difference. And to just decide on your own without having any input from the public or asking the input from the public, we've got to begin asking people. I mean, I think people here are really tired of being told what is going to happen after it's already been decided. It's time to begin asking the public for input. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Hughes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke, you are not for the public hearing, so by all means, sir.
Thank you, and I'll be quick, but if I may expand on that, on the items that Ms. French just spoke about, just to give you credit where credit should be due. The council has liaisons for many things that are not town boards or commissions. So for example, I don't know who is now, but I was liaison to the Newport Chamber of Commerce. It's not part of town. We are a member of it, not part of town. So
Well, the school committee, too.
School committee is not, and it makes sense to have somebody who can be a liaison and go back and forth, so thank you for that. And on the resolution, and I know you can't speak to it, so I'll speak to the rest of the council, I think that was on the agenda tonight to be able to get public input. Whether or not it was notified of folks who believe they should have been notified, that's a different issue. But it was on the agenda tonight, so to get public input. So that is transparency. And on the agenda item for the North Tiverton Committee, he sent it out later than what I had asked him to, but Adam started a new training for a new position at a restaurant last Friday, and he had to work tonight for that restaurant, so he couldn't make it, but he's still very interested. I don't know how you want to handle that, but we still would like him on that committee.
Thank you. And then I believe we have Peg Medeiros. Is this related to the public hearing?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh.
This is regarding what you're gonna talk about tonight, the zoning. Should I speak up now?
But
The
if you want
zoning
to, if you
and
want to
the-
wait till the public hearing, because that actually is
All right, so
specific.
that's
Yes.
it. I'll wait then.
Perfect, thank you. And then this young lady in the back, I see wants to say something.
My name's not down, I didn't sign up.
By all means, come forward.
Just explain it. So the zoning, if we're adopting the zoning amendments, we're required to have a public hearing. You don't have to sign up, so anybody can speak who's here on the zoning when we get to
This
that.
is about the water, actually.
Okay, I'm just giving people.
I'd just like to give my opinion on the water.
By all means. And just
Okay.
name and address.
Patricia Aguirre, 130 Bay Street, Tiverton, Rhode Island. This merger you're speaking about and you people seem to want, maybe the people in North Tiverton don't want it because quite frankly, North Tiverton paid all their own expenses and everything else for our infrastructure and our water years ago when the other side of town didn't want to help, wasn't necessary, no, because they had wells or what have you. We already paid for that. We pay high water fees because of having that, because we also put aside, the water department puts aside money to repair infrastructure and whatnot, which they do a pretty good job. Because other than private properties that, like myself, had to have their line replaced, they do a real good job as far as our water issues. From what I've seen on Facebook and whatever about this pretty little town, the other side doesn't. That's their problem to deal with, not North Tiverton, and I personally don't want to see a merger. That's my say on that, and quite frankly, I'm sick of zoning and everything else trying to change our way of life and making it miserable at that end, while the other end gets all the gravy. We're not there to lower taxes for South Tiverton, and that's what it seems like we're used for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next up, appointments and resignations. Acknowledgement of resignation, Brian Goff from the North End Industrial Business Park Advisory Subcommittee effective 1/17/2025. and Chris Shriver from the Planning Board and Harbor Commission effective 2/2/2025. Do I have a motion to accept their resignations and express regret and thankfulness for their service?
So moved. Second.
All right, motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right. North End Industrial Business Park Advisory Subcommittee, 14-member board, 1 vacancy. Adam Raposa, 31 Carpenter Street, requests appointment for term ending 8/1/2025. Do we have a motion on this?
I make a motion to waive our policy.
There you go, second.
I'm
Second.
sorry.
That's okay.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? All right, Counselor DiMederos,
What?
Go ahead.
I'd like to do it.
No, go ahead.
you started it. Keep it going.
I'd like to motion Adam Raposa of 31 Carpenter Street to be on the North End Industrial Business Park Advisory Subcommittee, term ending 8/1/2025.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I just would like to say, Mr. Raposa came to the second of our public forums. He was very engaged. He returned to the third public forum with his wife, was very engaged a lot of the participants, really had great ideas for the revitalization, and he was personally asked to join by the chairperson. So I really would like to support his joining our commission.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Not opposed. All right, Cemetery Commission, we have a 5-member board, 1 vacancy. We have 3 applicants. Is that still the case, Madam Clerk? Okay. So we have Robin Ann Sodoma, 19 Bayview Ave, request appointment for a term ending 4/15/2026. Abigail Pimentel, 557 Hancock Street, same term, and Melissa Napier, 104 Hambley Road. I guess we got to do some interviews. So is Robin Ann Sodoma here? By all means. Hello. So if you could just tell the council why you have some interest in this committee.
Well, I do enjoy helping people. I am a transplant, but I've been in the town for about 25 years. And I just really want to get involved in the town more, be there for people who need help and things like this with the cemetery.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any questions from the council? Look at that. You get off the hook easy. Thank you. Just so everybody knows, because this is a new appointment and we do have multiple applicants, we will vote to appoint out of the 3 at the next meeting. Next up is Abigail Pimentel. Is Abigail present? Can we reach out to Abigail?
I do have a question about Abigail. If you read her application, it sounds like she wants to be on the Historical Cemetery Commission. She mentions how she...
Entirely possible.
Yeah, how she researches history on the cemetery. She's done a lot of work on that. I don't know if we have an opening on the Historical Cemetery, but she sounds like a perfect person for that. No? Well, you would like her, Susan, if you read this.
All right, so Madam Clerk, can we reach out to her? Thank you. Melissa Napier, are you present? Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome. So same question that I asked Robin. Why would you like to be part of this committee?
I have been a registered nurse for the past 25 years, dealing with end-of-life patients and with their families. So I feel that I would be an asset to this committee.
Wonderful. Any questions from the council? Look at that. You get off easy, too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody's just here for the zoning stuff.
I know the chair is here. Just want to see when the next meeting is. Bob, when's the next cemetery commission meeting? Is it Wednesday?
Our next meeting's gonna be this coming Thursday, the 13th. And I'd like to invite all the 3 to our meeting. This way here they can see what the cemetery commission's about and what we do. The meeting's at 7 o'clock at the Tiverton Senior Center. Tiverton Senior.
Yeah, we got it.
Perfect.
So like I say, it starts at 7, and I would like to, invite them to come so they can have some type of an idea what we do.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the Arts Committee, 5-member board. We have 3 vacancies. Stephen Healy, 113 Russell Drive, requests appointment for a term ending 4/15/2026. Is Mr. Healy present? Hello. Real quick, why would you like to be part of this committee?
So, by the way, Stephen Healy, 113 Russell Drive. I've been in this town since my grandmothers have lived here their whole lives. So I'm currently in my grandmother's house. I'd like to participate in the town. I'd like to be able to make positive changes, so I think this would be good for me to do.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? No?
Mr. President, just two things. One, thank you for your service. And two, we need younger people on that council, so that's great.
Yeah.
So,
Looking forward to it.
So given the fact that there are 3 vacancies, do I have a motion to waive our policy and appoint this evening?
motion.
So moved.
Oh, I thought you were making it.
No, I'm
So-
going to review.
So moved. Motion by Counselor Perry. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion made and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Okay. Do we have a motion to appoint Mr. Healy?
So moved. Second.
All right. Motion made and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Congratulations. You're now part of the committee.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And when is their next meeting?
All right, Planning Board, we have a 9-member board, 1 vacancy, Ann Lawton, 155 Kearns Ave, request appointment for a term ending 7/15/2026. Hello. Wouldn't mind telling us why you'd like to join the venerable Planning Board?
Well, since I've been retired, I've been trying to be a little bit more active in town. And I've watched as, various kinds of developers have come in. And I think we need businesses in town because we have a residential tax base. But I would like to participate in a process where we sort of balance the rights of the citizens against the developers who are coming in and wish to, build more housing, have more businesses in town. So,
Thank you. Have you been to any of the Planning Board meetings?
yes.
Wonderful.
And your resume is very impressive, and I've worked with you with the North End recently. I think you'd be an unbelievable addition to this board, and I'm really happy you've decided to put your application in.
It's an academic resume, right, that publisher parish stuff.
Well, you're a
That's
lawyer,
what
which
you
is
know.
always good
That's
for
why
the
it's
planning
long.
board. But no, I've worked with you. I've seen how dedicated you are, and I think you'd be terrific.
Thank you.
All right, any
I
further
would
questions,
I
Counselor
just
Janik?
would like to add that Ann was part of the crematorium committee, and that's how we became acquainted and have worked with you on the North Tiverton revitalization, and you've been a great asset to that committee, so.
Thank you.
The planning board has a lot on their plate right now, and I know that part of your resume talked about being an attorney. You're used to reading a lot, and they get stacks and volumes, so you'll get that practice.
Thanks, Deb.
All right, any other questions from the council?
Mr. President?
I have one.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry, Counselor Perry.
You said that you were interested in bringing commercial into the town?
Yes.
Really?
Businesses. We need businesses in town. That's
Okay.
part of the North Tiverton Revitalization Committee. It's sort of a balance.
Well, we need the balance.
We need a balance, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to bring in, Amazon. But
You won't even bring in McDonald's.
No. No. But I think we need a balance, actually, because we can't rely on a residential tax base.
Correct. We need more people like you
Oh, well, thank you.
on that planning board.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, I just want to make you aware that the opening is because Chris Schreiber resigned from the Planning Board, but also the Harbor Commission. And that position is also, we need someone from the Planning Board to be on the Harbor Commission. So
That'll be the
It's-
next agenda, I assume.
they would have to decide who goes to the Harbor Commission.
Wonderful.
Mr. President?
You're saying planning board liaison?
Yes.
No, it's
Oh, okay, so
actual,
it's a separate-
Member, it's a
Yeah.
separate.
according to the ordinance, there's a member of the Planning Board that is on, must sit on the Harbor Commission.
Yeah.
Mr.
So we
President.
will appoint at the next meeting.
The planning board usually makes a recommendation or they volunteer somebody, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tricia's shaking her
The
head.
president, Mr. President, the planning board has discussed that,
Okay.
so I'm sure a recommendation will be coming shortly.
Wonderful. All right, so given the sheer volume of work that the planning board has on their plate, and we don't have any other applicants for this role, Madam Clerk? All right, I'd like to entertain a motion to waive the policy and appoint this evening.
So moved.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded, all in favor? All right.
Thank you.
Counselor Paul, would you like to make a motion to appoint?
So I'll make a motion to appoint Ann Lawton to the planning board, term ending 7/15/2026.
Second.
A big second from here.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? None opposed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Or condolences.
Yeah.
All right, next item up is discussion on establishing council liaisons for the following positions: Charter Review Commission, Tiverton Wastewater District, North Tiverton Fire District, and Stonebridge Fire District. This was, well, the Charter Review Commission we need a liaison to, and I don't know if we have any volunteers from the council who would like to fill that role.
I just would like to say, just so everyone knows, they are meeting on the first and third Tuesdays of the month.
Okay.
So,
Anybody have availability that evening?
I can do the best I can. If a second person jumps on, great, but otherwise, I'll take it on a best I can do basis.
Is that acceptable for the council? All right. And we'll try and give you some support there too, Counselor. For the wastewater district, and why wastewater as well as the two water districts were on here, this was actually requested by wastewater district. So they reached out to me, asked for a point person that they can go to have open communication with the council because there is so much going on in town. So given the fact that I have previously served on that board, I would be more than happy to be the liaison for the wastewater district unless somebody
That's
else.
good, John. Go for
Perfect.
it.
And then next up would be the two water departments. And again, to address the comments earlier, this is about being able to convey information both ways so that there's somebody who can keep the water districts informed, as well as inform the council of what's going on from the water district's perspective. Whether or not, if North Tiverton chooses that they don't want to engage with any member of the council or our designee, then so be it, that's their choice. But I'd at least like to have somebody who would be that person that they could reach out to.
I'll take North Tiverton Fire District.
I'll do either one.
Either one? All right, so Counselor Comito?
Both.
Perfect. We can have two.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I'm writing as fast as I
We
can.
don't have to vote on that, do we?
No.
No, I'll just do North Tiverton with Craig. I mean, unless Craig wants me to be backup. I could be Stonebridge too. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do it together.
Perfect. All right. Mr. Solicitor, do I have to read the entire thing?
No.
Okay, so first public hearing is approval of proposed amendments to the Town of Tiverton Comprehensive Community Plan Future Land Use Map. I'm sure everybody has seen copies of this. As noted on the agenda for the various plots and lots. And if the planning board representatives would be so kind as to come up here, that way if there are questions from the public, we can get them answered accurately from the people who should be in the know. Would it be proper for the council to hold their comments or questions till the end?
Yes, because it's a public hearing.
Okay, so in that case, I'd like to open up the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak about this topic? All right, Mr. Daddario.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I came tonight without intention to speak on this, but having seen it on the docket, I thought I might throw a couple of comments in very briefly, at least. I'm the owner of, I've been a resident of Rhode Island, of Tiverton for 45 years. I'm the owner of Plat 310, Lot 154, which is at the corner of Bulgarmarsh and Main Road. Used to be a filling station. I bought it about 7 years ago when it was contaminated. I've invested a substantial amount of money in cleaning it up. I now have a no further action required from DEM, so it's ready to be built on. The problem is I haven't developed it yet. It's on the market for sale. The ability to sell the property is going to be affected by the zoning. And right now, it's in GC zone, as you know. The proposal is to change it to waterfront 2. That would then impose setbacks. There are no setbacks right now. It's a small lot. It's only like 22,000 square feet. I did pick up a section of the corner from the DOT. added it to the lot, but it's still a small lot. And for somebody to do a meaningful development there, it might require some relief from the zoning board if there are setbacks and lot coverage requirements. As you know, zoning is very important when you purchase a piece of property. When I bought that property, it was GC, and that's what I relied on when I paid for it and put money into it. The properties that are undeveloped, that are being changed from general commercial to waterfront, are the ones that are affected. I own the shopping plaza that's further down on the right, on the same side, rather, 2490 Main Road. And I spent a substantial amount of money developing that as well. That, of course, will not be affected by the change to waterfront. It's a residential zone, actually. It'll be changed to waterfront, but in any case, it'll be a pre-existing, non-conforming use. It's the lots that are not developed that are affected by the zoning change when you're making them more restrictive. And my lot would be one of those. I also would note that Gregory Lach, L-A-C-H, wrote a letter to the council. I don't know if he's here tonight to address it, but he has the same concerns that I have. His property abuts the corner lot that I'm talking about. So I would like, yeah.
On the other
Yes,
side.
that's right, on the, I guess to the north.
Yes.
And, you know, it's going to reduce lot coverage from the current 50% to 25%. It's going to reduce the, and it's going to change the building setbacks. That's the main thing. So rather than rely, if this is changed, I'd have to rely on the zoning board to get variances, which is sometimes difficult. I'd rather see it remain GC. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak on this topic? Don't all rush up here at once.
Sure you want to.
I think did you have people on your list?
Oh, fair point.
This is only about adopting the future land use map, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the future land use map means adopting the comprehensive community plan. And in order to change zoning, you have to adopt the comprehensive community plan. According to Rhode Island General Law 4522-2, there is supposed to be public input. So my questions are, was there a public meeting for the Tiverton residents to discuss their ideas concerning land use and development, environmental development issues, land usage that would guide updates to our comprehensive community plan? The answer would be no. There were no meetings for the comprehensive community plan update. Was there public engagement opportunities prior to the writing of the proposed updates? No. Was the public invited to engage in the process? No. Does the proposed updates articulate the goals, values, and vision of Tiverton residents? No. Were we able to contribute our voice for our plan, for our community? No. Will the proposed updates express the Tiverton's community vision for our future and serve as a blueprint to guide local government decision-making over the next decade? No. Did we discuss our strengths, our opportunities, our challenges, visions, and goals for Tiverton's future? No. Was there a collaborative planning process? No. Did we have opportunity to share information and hear from as many residents as possible? No. Did any of this occur? None of this occurred because there was never, not one single meeting called that asked for inclusion or people to be involved in a comprehensive community plan update. There's been not one meeting. There has been, now if you look at other communities, like Middletown, they're going through it and they're asking for people to come out and speak their opinion to help on their community and their comprehensive community plan updates. Lincoln did the same thing. Warren did the same thing. East Greenwich is going through it. All these other communities have plans. In Tiverton, instead, we're told the plan gets written up and we're told what to do. But that's not, how can you adopt a comprehensive community plan, future land use map, without asking the public what they wish for their vision, for their future? It's part of the law. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so I just want to make it clear, so this is not the adoption of a comprehensive community plan, this is an amendment to the existing comprehensive community plan, which is a different statutory scheme. Cities and towns are allowed to adopt an amendment to their comprehensive plan
No.
Yes, we are.
4 times a year. And prior to the adoption of the amendment, I'm reading right from the law, prior to the adoption of amendment of a comprehensive plan, the city or town council shall first conduct a minimum of 1 public hearing. And that's what we're here, that's what we're
And
doing
we
here
have not
tonight.
had a public
Jamie.
hearing we did not have a public hearing to ask people what they
This-
want.
this is the
We
public
have a
hearing.
public hearing, but the
Jamie,
plan's already
Jamie.
written up. And I asked the state planner, and he didn't know about that 4.
let me-
He
let me-
said,
let me-
yeah, you can update the plan after you have public hearings.
All right, so-
In order.
So first of all, this is a-
So you can't just update the plan, it's not, the plan, the comprehensive community plan is a vision that was put together, and you are totally changing that vision. You are changing it without public input.
So-
If you vote for the comprehensive community plan update.
This is an amendment to the comprehensive community plan. This is the public hearing that's required by law. In addition to that, the planning board has had public hearings on their own for this. So if Ms. French or anybody thinks we did something wrong or illegal, they have a right to appeal this. That's where their remedy lies. I can assure you that having worked on this mostly with Mr. Romano for the last six months, we have ensured that we are complying with the law. So, but tonight is the public hearing. These are only recommendations from the planning board. Only this council can amend the comprehensive community plan. Only this council can amend the zoning code. Only this council can change zoning districts. So that's what we're here to do tonight, and that's why we're having this public hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
May I also respond? The Zoning Update Committee began meeting in September of 2023. On this, we've had 29 meetings, every single one of them an open public meeting, every single one of them posted on the Secretary of State's website, as well as posted on the bulletin board here at Town Hall, and also posted on the town's calendar that the clerk keeps. That's in addition to every planning board meeting that we've had. We have a monthly meeting. We've discussed this at a number of them. We've also had 7 workshops on this as well, all open to the public. We've taken public comment on all of this just to make sure everybody understands that this process has been welcome for anybody to participate in.
Thank you. Just so I don't forget, Mr. Hughes, I know you had put down that you wanted to speak, but I wasn't sure if it was on the next item, which is the use tables. The use tables, or do you want to speak about the land use maps?
It's kind of all related, so.
It's all related. So if you want to come up, I just want to make sure that you wrote your name down, so I want to make sure your voice is heard.
And while he's walking up, if I can just add, it's also posted at the library and the senior center.
Good evening. Stephen Hughes, Winnesima Drive. I'm here on behalf of the Tiverton Yacht Club, 58 Riverside Drive, along with Commodore Jim Hilton and trustee Wayne Kozinski. We did speak to the planning board at the workshop a week ago Saturday, and they told us that this was all in your lap. Just as a little background, I did serve on the planning board for 18 years myself. And I apologize, we just never realized that all those meetings were going on about the changes and what the changes were going to be. So I know that we should have been involved earlier. We just feel that we were kind of left out of the changes that are taking place, being we are located, we're in operation where we are right now, and we have been for 70 years. So we've been there since before zoning actually existed in Tiverton. And we're a legal non-conforming use because of that.
Mr. Hughes, do you happen to have the plat and lot number?
For the
If not, I will pull it up.
I can give you that. I'm talking about the house, which is 303-136.
Okay.
You know, we also have the marina across the street, 303-110. That is waterfront, it has been waterfront, and we're not looking for any change on that. I'm just trying to find the two letters that were sent to the council from the planning board. Paper clips. That's what comes to, which I misfiled. I'm sorry.
It's the house across the street that's getting changed.
Right, well, we're not getting changed.
Right, you
Okay,
want it
all right.
We would like, yes, we would like to be considered in waterfront too. I had all this separated.
So just so the council knows, this lot is not being proposed to be changed.
It is not. but-
So it's currently zoned residential, I believe, madam?
Yes,
So-
Right, be-
and-
because-
And the request is to put it in the waterfront zone,
yes.
1 or 2?
Two.
2.
In two. First, I'll refer to the letter from the Tiverton Planning Board on January 3rd that says future land use map amendments. And in the first paragraph, it states that these amendments to the future land use map remove some properties from the waterfront zone and adds lots that are currently zoned general commercial, as well as some current residential lots. Both the removal and addition of these lots better reflect their current use and how these lots could be put in their highest and best use in the future, given their proximity to the water. The second letter, dated January 3rd, 2025, talks about the zoning ordinance and map text amendments. And in that letter, the chairman stated that the waterfront 2 zone seeks to encourage a mixture of residential and low-impact service, retail, commercial, and marine-related uses. Now, as I said, we've been there for 70 years, and we're certainly a marine-related use, owning both the house on that side of the street and the marina right across the street. Also, in researching the area, talk about, I don't want to get ahead of myself. So of the properties that are being,
Go ahead.
of the properties that are being relocated into waterfront 2, the only other water or marine-related property is Don's Marine. The rest of the properties are residential or commercial. So again, we feel that being marine-related, as it states in the letter to the council, that we should have been considered for the change into waterfront 2. Across the street from us, if you look at zoning, the zoning text in the state zoning says that zoning is by area. And I know that the planning board had concern about being considered spot zoning if they moved our house into waterfront 2. But zoning being declared by area, across from us, as I stated, is our marina. Next to that is another marina with, much larger than ours, with boat storage, 12 months out of the year. A lift for launching boats, removing boats, they do marine repair. And also on that property is a marine-related service company.
But not on your side of the street.
Not on our side, but it's in, as I said, that the zoning, talk about zoning that I read in the state, it talks about area and not specific individual neighbors next to your property itself. And as far as spot zoning goes, spot zoning is not illegal in Rhode Island. It's only illegal in Rhode Island if you violate the comprehensive community plan. So in the comprehensive community plan of Tiverton, it has several mentions of the Tiverton Yacht Club being a waterfront a waterfront business, a part of the community in a waterfront area. It's listed under recreation, in the recreation chart. In the current land use plan, waterfront uses include the public Grinnell's Beach, several commercial establishments, the Tiverton Yacht Club, a boat launch, and several marine-related businesses along the Secundit River. We're right there, across the street, but we own both sides of the street. And again, we've been there for 70 years. We're not looking to change anytime in the future. We plan to be there for another 70.
Am I allowed to ask a question, John?
Yes, Councilor Camino, and then
So,
Councilor Menderes.
what is your benefit going to the water two as opposed to staying where you are now?
Right now, we are operating under a judge's order, lawsuit that that we fought in court. And the only real benefit for us, we're in the off months, the 5 off months that we operate, which we do very, very little. Actually, we can't do anything more than that. We would be able to do more than one event per month. And those are the months from November through March, which really, you know, if we did a second event per month, you know, that would be probably the most we would ever do in the winter months. It's just not active.
What's an event?
An event could be a dance. It could be a bridal shower. It could be a get together after a funeral. It could be the house could be used for anything. Anything would be considered an event. Other than right now, we're restricted to 1 use per month in those months by the court order. So basically, that is, and you know, we don't even fill the 1 per month right now, but it would make us legal conforming. So right now, we're legal non-conforming. So that's basically what we're looking for. We're just looking to become legal conforming, you know. So
my question is, right now, are you doing winter events somewhere else? Right now, are you doing them
we
in-
just had an event at the Common Fence Community Hall.
So you are doing some events over there now? And
We do that one. We do that one. There were no Super Bowl parties. There's no
Right,
Valentine parties planned. There's nothing for St. Patrick's Day planned. You know, but you know, if there's some other kind of meeting besides our monthly meetings, then it would allow us to do something along those lines.
I don't want to speak for the planning board, but I've been at a lot of these public hearings and informational. And they can chime in if I'm wrong. I think their concern was on your side of the street is all residential. So as long as you stay there, yes, you're a yacht club, and you don't disturb the neighbors because of the way you run. But if you decided at any point to sell that property, then they could do what's allowed in the waterfront too, which could be a restaurant, which could be other things. And because you're on the side of the residential, they felt it might be disturbing to your neighbors, because you were the only one right now that we would make waterfront too.
Yeah,
Am I saying that right?
Can we ask the planning board if that is the case? I'd like to hear from you guys on that piece.
Yeah, I'm sorry, John, it's just.
So,
that was the-
Yes, that is really the case. One of the things about doing zoning is that it's not just about what's there today. If you make zoning based on just what's there today, you know, down the road, you may find that you've been tripped up by the law of unintended consequences. So you look at what's there today, but then you also look at the use table and say, well, when we change this, if that building were to change ownership, what other things could be there? And that property is surrounded on 3 sides by residential property. So we didn't move things, you know, that were on the residential neighborhood, that were on the residential side, you know, one thing out of residential. The other thing to remember is that we have clarified the ability now on a commercial property to have more than one primary use, more than one business. So in theory, we would be granting that property the ability to have more than one commercial business use. We want that so businesses can, expand and have more things. So again, while everybody, is very fond of the yacht club and it's a great organization, 5 years or 10 years down the road, there are no guarantees or even the opportunity, should the board change and say, oh, well, we want to rent out part of our building for another commercial use. So that's really, the thing is, not just what's there today, but what could be there when you change the use of a property. I don't know if Ashley, you want to add anything to that or not?
I don't think there's much more to say. That was the conversation and logic behind making these decisions. When we felt like we could move something into conformance and it was appropriate to do so, we made that move. And there were certainly places where that just did not fit in line with overall what we were thinking, which is long term.
Mr. Solicitor.
Yeah, I was going to say two things in response to that, is that, first of all, the lot is so small that it really couldn't be used for anything else. The parking is restrictive. We're grandfathered in with the parking because we were there before zoning. Well, we have no plans to go anywhere else. But also, that can also be said for any other property that was brought into W2, is it can be changed anywhere down the road. And there certainly are other properties that are next to other residential properties that all could become restaurants or whatever. So,
Mr. President, if this isn't spot zoning, we're getting very close to it. A classic example, textbook example of illegal spot zoning is where the city or town council signals out a solitary lot in a solidly residential neighborhood and reclassifies it for commercial or industrial use. Mr. Hughes is correct that when you look at spot zoning, you look at the comprehensive plan. What he left out is you also look at the zoning in that area. Here, all of those lots are residential on that side of Riverside Drive, right?
as he just stated, it says in the neighborhood. But I said, I called it an area before. That's what I read online. It's a neighborhood. The neighborhood is more than just that side of the street. The neighborhood is everything in the neighborhood. And if you go further down the street, you've got two more marinas and the state boat launch. And you've got properties down there on the opposite side of Riverside Drive, the same side we're on, that were brought into W2. So the corner of Lawton, and that's the corner of Lawton and Riverside.
Those properties are already zoned general commercial. They're
Well,
not.
but they're being brought into waterfront too, is what I'm saying.
But they're
I'm not
already in
arguing
it. They're
that.
in a, it's commercial to commercial. They're not being taken out of a residential zone and put into commercial. They're already commercial.
Mr. President?
Yes.
So to the extent, because this property is not on the list, to the extent that the council would even want to entertain this, we would have to notice the abutters of a zone change. You can't add something that's not on, you could change something that's on the list from something to something else, but you can't add something because none of the neighbors would have got notice of this
Makes sense.
potential change.
And
So,
would that process that we would ask the planning board to do that first so we could start over there? Is
you
that-
could, or you could start it here if
Okay.
you wanted to, but it doesn't make, recommendation has to come from the planning board at some point, so it's usually easier, but it looks like they've already made their recommendations anyway, so. But if there was a will on the council to do that, I certainly would like to look at this judgment that I'm not aware of. This is before our time here. I don't know what the judgment says. I'm assuming that this is a legal non-conforming use, which is a residential zone, which probably generated some complaints of the neighbors because they were having too many events.
No, it was, again, correct me if I'm wrong, it was more the building burned to the ground, they wanted to rebuild.
Oh,
The
okay.
neighbors didn't want them to.
Okay,
So
so there you go.
Because the sail training children were running up and down their yard, killing their grass with salt water. I happened to be one of those back in the day, so. For what it's worth.
So just to cut, I mean, so
Yeah.
council can certainly consider this. It would have to be renoticed if the council is even interested in doing it, because this is adding something that's not already advertised. Or
Makes
changing
sense.
something that's not, hasn't been advertised.
So, Mr. Hughes, given the the line of commentary, perhaps, if there is appetite from the council, one of the councilors could bring this forward for, I guess, a vote to send it back to the planning board at the next meeting for
Just to
reconsideration.
be clear, that would be both a change to the future land use map.
Correct.
Which we only get to do, or comprehensive plan, which we get 4 times a year.
We've already done it. This will be the
new-
second.
or a new year.
0 this year.
Okay, we did it last year.
Today will be the first, if you
Yep.
do it.
Well, with
And
all the
change
changes
the
that have,
zoning.
sorry.
Zoning map.
This would be the time to change this, if all the changes that are being made.
Unfortunately,
and consider
because of
it's-
the
it's a
notice piece, we'd have to.
Waterfront too, so.
Renotice, yeah. Short of if we wanted to table this and then wait till that piece was addressed, but
You still have to renotice it.
we'd still have to renotice, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Steve.
Anybody else want to speak on this topic? I see everybody's waving their hands, so. By all means, whoever wants to speak, come on up. This is your time.
Hello, my name is William Macropolis. I moved into town about 2.5 years ago. I live on 2371 Main Road. I'm across the street from Plat 310 154. And while I'm not in opposition to Mr. Daddario's livelihood to the commercial lot, I think I'm going to point out the obvious here, but that particular lot is surrounded by residential neighborhood. It's at the corner of Bulgarmarsh and Main Road. The speed limit right after Evelyn's changes, people are traveling about 10 miles less than they're traveling on Route 24. So any variations or assumptions or leniencies, and again, I'm not in a position to Mr. Dadarius to look after his property and to realize his investment, not at all. I would like to caution that any application regarding the particular lot needs to consider the position of the lot, the traffic conditions, the residential area around it. So please don't just brush it with a wide brush, but be careful in.
One at a time, one at a time.
It's already general commercial, so.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And as I said, I'm not in a position to that. I realize that is the purpose. But at the same time, you need to be careful that instead taking, what size of commercial application is going to be. It's not that it's not going to be commercial. What size of commercial application, because its size will have a definite impact in that particular area.
Thank you. Anybody else?
How you doing? John Moran, 46 Riverside Drive. Now, there's been a lot of hard work done on this for quite a bit of time. And from what I can see, most of it looks pretty good. I mean, you've got cottages in my neighborhood that are going to be zoned residential and not waterfront. That's a plus. I'm against the Tiverton Yacht Club clubhouse becoming commercial. I'm being surrounded by my property and other residential properties. Plus, that's not on this agenda for tonight. The other thing that I can say is the thing that's kind of a little strange is you've got some general commercial properties that are going to go to waterfront, which those properties aren't on the waterfront. And it may restrict certain uses to those places. But other than that, I mean, I honestly think that from what I'm seeing here is in my neighborhood, there's not really a lot of changes there except for those historic cottages becoming residential, which they should have been all along. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic?
Yeah, I do.
Come on up.
I've got a suggestion to the planning board and the council. Any businessman here, whatever, get your property in North Tiverton because.
If you could just
Yep,
name
Patricia
and.
Aguirre.
Thank you.
Speaking about the zoning. Anybody here that's got businesses or whatever, wants property, whatever, just get it in North Tiverton. You can put whatever you want, where you want, doesn't matter if it's residential or not, because the planning board nor the town council could give a care less what goes there, and that's shown for years. I've lived there for my family's been there for generations, and it's got nothing but worse. I mean, we've had contamination, Fine, it was there for years, we've got a tank farm. Anything else that's garbage goes in North Tiverton. But keep the other end of Tiverton, make sure you keep the other end of Tiverton as your pretty little town that I'm so sick of seeing on Facebook, that position, because nobody seems to have any concern about keeping anything that direction, their pretty little town. We're not even part of it. You do what you want. You do what you want with the zoning. You combine people's lots without telling them. You change the bloomin' designation of people's lots without saying boo to them, and you just go on your merry way, because you know what? You're down the other end in your nice little homes with all your lovely little boutique shops and whatnot, and could give a care less what happens at this end. And that's the bottom line, and that's how this town's been for years. And I'll tell you, my roots are deep in that house, and if they weren't, I'd be so gone, because I've just about had it between the water, the zoning, and everything else. Why don't you people keep your wonderful ideas and your open space and all that down there, because surely we'll never get it at this end, will we? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic?
Hi.
Hello.
Colleen Stanton. I live at 50 Craig Ave. I'd like to address the section of the waterfront in northern Tiverton that is along, it's undeveloped, the whole parcel. I don't remember the name of the Hicks Farm. Thank you. And all the wildlife we have there. I've mentioned this before at the planning board, and yeah, I'm not really a tree hugger, but I do like nature. I also like the waterfront. And looking at previous decisions that have been made in Tiverton, I think maybe we could start with, and now that I found out we get to change things 4 times a year, we could start off with a portion of this change and see how it goes in the places that are already established, where people already live or have companies, and leave the environmental portion alone for a while and see how that does. Because I was just looking at the Providence Business News and seeing how well we made out with the Tiverton Casino Hotel and all the income we're not getting from that. And years ago in the 80s, people tried to get sewer in North Tiverton, and the body of Tiverton voted it down, but the federal government was going to give us 80 cents on the dollar. That was a very short-sighted decision. And now there's people that, I don't know how people near Bay Street can afford to put a sewer line in front of their house. I just put in one in front of my house, and it was $16,500. So I had to come up with that cash. I am not on the system because I have a new septic system, because I have a new house. So I don't have to connect into that for 25 years. But I still have to pay almost $80 every quarter for the privilege of waving at the sewer line in front of my street. And I just don't think it's fair. I mean, I hope to retire someday before I drop dead, and I don't think I'm gonna have a lot of extra money if everybody's nickel-diming us and just making our lives miserable. That area is so serene. We have owls. I saw a kestrel the other day. We have deer, we have everything, you know, fox, groundhogs, everything. Anyway, we'd like to keep them. They're very quiet neighbors for the most part, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic?
There will be another public hearing for the rest of it?
For the zoning use table, that's next, yes. That's
This is only for the comp plan, right?
correct.
Okay.
But it's all tied together, so,
Well,
yeah.
if it's all tied together, are you going to,
Yes, there will be a second public hearing for that.
there'll be a second?
Yes.
You have to, excuse me one second, you have to amend the comp plan before you amend the zoning plan.
Yep.
My name is Margaret Maderas, and I live at 33 Bay Street, the area she was just talking about. My grandfather bought this property in 1930, even before that. It's 3 undeveloped lots. We've been paying taxes all this time, never in arrears. And then I've been to several meetings. We tried to sell the land 4 years ago. I kept coming to these meetings, these hearings. I still haven't gotten an answer. We had many people that were interested in buying the land, but the zoning wasn't clear. We got a zoning certificate, we thought it was residential, then we were told it wasn't, and then we were told to wait until the meetings were had here. I went to a meeting, Michael and I are tenants in common, and we went to a meeting with the harbor master. And we explained to the harbor master that the property on Bay Street borders the railroad tracks. On the other side of the railroad tracks is the tank farm, and then you have the river. It was changed to waterfront. So the people that want to buy it for residential can't buy it because it's waterfront, it's got to be water-related. So we're stuck in the middle. And I keep coming to these meetings, I'm still not getting any answers. We've got people that are interested in buying it. I'm going to be 81 years old next week, and I'd like to sell this land before I die. And
What
I'm
is
really
the property
tired.
you own? What lot is it?
I beg your pardon?
What lot is it you own?
The lots are 101-344, 101-355, and 101-356.
Those are not,
They're the triangle lots, I believe, Mr. President, and they're next to the tank farm.
On what side of the tank farm? North? Good.
Adjacent to.
They're adjacent to the
Oh, they're on
tank
the
farm.
other side.
oh, right
Mike,
here.
we want to come up here.
I see, okay.
That being rezoned?
So,
That being rezoned?
It's being rezoned in the sense that it's going to be rezoned as W1.
But it's waterfront now.
It's always been waterfront.
It's
always been
residential allowed in what?
No.
It's always
Never
been
been.
waterfront.
Correct. Since, I believe, the amendments in 2000, early 2000 something. I did look it up, and I saw the notices that were sent out. It was done properly when it was done.
so, but then, so 101, 356, 345, and 344 are not on this list here.
344, 355, and 356.
Okay, right there.
It's across the street from the tank.
Well, across the railroad
I have another
tracks.
question about this
Yes.
property.
Hold on.
The property is listed on this page, and it's the proposed zoning amendments increase the minimum required lot area designated as waterfront W1. These may cause a lot to become non-conforming. Those lots, which would be non-conforming, include but may not be limited to Plat 101, lots 353, 354, 355, and 356. Now, I've got there's another
Changing?
statement under notices that says, however, any lot which is lawfully existing at the time of zoning map amendments dated June 4, 2001, and which would be made non-conforming by virtue of said map amendment shall become a lawful non-conforming lot of record and shall not be subject to the merger requirement of the paragraph above. So I'm trying to figure out
Would you guys be able
whether
to
we're
provide some
exempt
clarity
from
here?
this?
So these lots are currently zoned waterfront, which is a commercial zone. So they are zoned commercial right now.
Well, how come when we went to Mr. Hoyle, he didn't know that? When, we didn't get a straight answer. We've been trying to sell this land, I said, for 4 years.
Mr. Hoyle is no longer with the town?
Okay. Well, I wonder why.
So they are currently zoned waterfront. The proposal is to move them into waterfront 1. The one thing about the existing waterfront zone, and I think we told you this before, is while there are like 20 commercial uses, 19 of them need a special use permit, right? So even though we have this waterfront zone, it was actually kind of hard to develop because the zoning was really restrictive. In terms of their size, and Ashley and Todd can speak to this more, and some of you I know this, that when the General Assembly changed the law, whatever percentage your lot is non-conforming by size, you get that equal percentage in dimensional relief from the setbacks. So if your lot is 50% less than what it's supposed to be, all your setbacks are 50% less. So developing those lots into a commercial business, should not be a hardship in terms of dimension because of what you get. So I think that Mrs. Medeiros, it is, right? We did speak with her at the planning board meetings. I do think there's a little confusion possibly in the building official's office, but we're basically proposing to keep what are now commercial lots commercial, as they were before. Ideally, the expanded use table would make it easier for somebody to buy and develop them. And they are literally right across the street from the gas tank, right across the railroad tracks from the gas tanks.
Madam Chair, is it fair to assume that if a lot was already zoned waterfront, that just is automatically becoming waterfront 1? Because that's why we don't have the plats listed, because waterfront, the original waterfront became waterfront 1, and then waterfront 2 is a separate use, and that's why we have those here.
No.
Not in all
No,
cases,
not in all
but because the uses aren't materially changing from waterfront?
That's correct. They're
Okay.
still designated on the future land use plan as waterfront related or water related, whatever the phrase is.
Okay.
Right.
But there was never ability in the waterfront zone to have a residential.
That was never a
There
permitted
was never a
use.
use, so.
You could never have done that.
Right.
The house I live in at 33 Bay Street is 101374.
It is. It's a pre-existing non-conforming
That's
residence.
pre-existing.
Yeah.
Because when my grandfather bought this land that we're talking about, he also bought that one, but he built a house on it. And he also sold a piece of land. I feel bad for the people that bought that, so it's a little strip in between my land, which they'll never be able to sell unless they put a popcorn stand out there, but I don't know what they're gonna do with it. But the whole issue is, for 4 years, I've been trying to find out what we can label this and sell it as, because we've got people that are interested.
Commercial.
And I still can't for the life of me understand how this is waterfront when it's not near the water.
So
when I've got a railroad track and a tank farm and then the river.
Okay. So the waterfront zones aren't restricted to only the properties that are next to the waterfront. They're zones, they're collections of properties that are near the waterfront, but it isn't a requirement. Just like, if you think about going to Bristol or Newport, the things that are in their waterfront zone aren't only the things that are on the water. It's the sort of neighborhood that runs along the water. So I think there's a little bit of confusion that the word waterfront implies that the property has to be directly on the water.
Yes, it does. And also, it's been residential across the street. So
It is
the people that
residential
are
across the
interested
street.
in buying this land are interested in it as a residential property.
And if she has a house there already, they can continue with that non-conforming use.
Right, but you never would,
It wouldn't have been permitted under its current zoning district to have a residential house.
The town did issue us zoning certificates for residential in a
Yeah.
non-30 zone in 2023.
Mr. Hoyle,
Well, that was a
On what
mistake.
property? On what property?
on these,
3 lots.
the 3 lots
That
we're
was a
talking about.
mistake,
It was a mistake.
right?
So we should get the money back that we paid for the zoning certificates, among other things.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that would be fair.
So how do I find out exactly how I can sell this land? Because
So
we've had
this-
people
so
that are
this guy-
interested.
So this woman right here,
Yes.
Ashley Sweet, who is our consulting planner.
Okay.
And Ashley is in that office back there. She has office hours a certain amount of time of the week, and she's going to give you her card.
Okay.
And if you call her up and make an appointment with her, she will be happy to sit and meet with you.
Okay.
And explain exactly what all your options are. And there are a lot of options, so I think you'll
Okay.
find it helpful.
I
Is
hope
that-
there are.
Is that okay?
I guess so. We had people that were interested in building a pickleball court, which we thought was a great idea.
Yeah, they could.
But that's not water related.
Well,
It can't be if you throw the people who lose in the water.
All right, anybody else like to speak on this topic?
Yeah.
My name's Paul Duart. I live at 17 South Avenue. It's right next door to the Bank Newport, down in Stonebridge area. And I'm a lifelong resident of town Tiverton, and I'm on the Harbor Commission, and I'm a member of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, Bristol. And I'm past commander. I'm an old lawyer. I don't know anything legal anything. I can't even read a legal paragraph without pulling my hair out, poke me in the eye. Anyways, I have a lot on 17 South Avenue. That is, I bought it. I bought the house, what was it, 45 years ago. It was built in 1906, and I've tried to keep the house like original. All the woodwork inside and everything as I remodeled it and patched it and all through the. I'm 70 years old now, and I'm too old to do that crap anymore. And so the reason I'm concerned is because now I'm told after all these years that I own a waterfront related zone. I'm in a waterfront related zone. And I don't even have any sand in my front yard. It's, I don't know what, I'm not sure the plat, I think it's 304, lots 51 through 55, 164 through 170.
304, 153.
Huh? Is it 153?
304, 153.
304, yeah, okay. 304, 153 is my house. And it's a little postage stamp of a property next door to the Bank Newport. And I just don't understand what's going on here. Is this property now subject to these new rules and regulations? My intention was to keep it as a residential home and hand it down to my granddaughter.
The lot is currently zoned general commercial.
Oh, it's not even residential.
It's zone general commercial now.
Yeah, okay, there.
So it's a legal
Yeah.
non-conforming use of a residential house in a general commercial zone. It's legally non-conforming. If this is proposed to be in a waterfront zone, in a residential lot, it would still be legal non-conforming. So you would
Correct.
not,
Doesn't change anything.
it doesn't change anything other than if someone eventually would buy your house and maybe wants to put a waterfront business in there, they could. But you are grandfathered in because your house existed before these zone changes were adopted.
Okay, but does that mean like I could be, somebody could, like the town could legally take my home and?
No.
No?
You're a legal non-conforming use.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, that means you're okay.
I don't understand any of
If you wanna live in a house for the rest of your life, you can do so.
And if you
And
want to.
no one can take it away from you.
I ain't got much to go.
I think you got a lot, yeah. I hope you have a lot.
And if you
I
want
hope
to
so.
give it to your grandchildren to live in, you can still do that too. It's all
Yep,
fine.
okay. And it's not gonna affect my taxes or anything? Okay. I'm
not
just
at all.
concerned that, something's gonna, the rug's gonna be pulled out from under me. I mean, I went through a lot of years with legal right-of-ways through my property. I finally got that all squared away and taken off my lot, and now I got this.
Don't worry about
I just found out about this.
I recall those right-of-way issues too. I grew up on South Avenue.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look familiar.
No, it wasn't me.
He was the person at the yacht club running around.
That's right.
I was there too when I was a kid.
Can I just offer
Yes.
a general comment? I understand people's confusion about the concept of, waterfront zoning and not all of these lots being on the water. And I'll just say it's similar to something like you have, which is called highway commercial. It doesn't mean the lot is adjacent to the highway or touches the it means there's good access. And it makes sense that to group a zoning district around an area that's accessible to certain things, like highway commercial, you're gonna include lots in the highway commercial zone that are not gonna be directly adjacent to the highway, but they provide good highway access, and that's a highway commercial zone, like a waterfront zone. They're not all right on the water, but they're close to the water, and they present an opportunity to have a cohesive district. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're right on it just because it's called a waterfront zone. You're proximate to the waterfront.
The other thing is, I don't understand why it stopped at 17 South Avenue and didn't go across the street to the house on the corner, the other house on the corner, which is a historic house.
137,
Manchester House. Stopped there, and it didn't go up. It went up one property from me, and
So in that area, I can say when the zoning revision committee was looking at this, we looked at where the existing general commercial footprint was, and in a lot of cases, it didn't follow lot lines, and so we pulled back in some locations to have it follow lot lines so that we wouldn't have these split zoning districts. And in this particular area, we looked at like I said, the existing footprint of general commercial and did not take that commercial zoning across a street and into a new neighborhood. We kept the basic footprint that was there and tried to follow lot lines where we were able to and where it made sense.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this topic?
My name is Walt Troyer, 46 Summerfield Lane, Tiverton. I have a question about Hicks Farm. I see that there's going to be a business location there, a business zoning area. What's going to be the access to that property? How do you get to that property to open businesses? Is it going to come down Horizon Drive? Is it going to come down Summerfield Lane? How?
Just to interject here, and I'm going to speak for myself, but I get the general sense from the rest of the council, it's probably going to go this way. I'm gonna move that lot not be changed from residential to the waterfront district, because the town is. I'm not actually gonna talk about that.
I understand.
Well,
I mean, it's an open secret, but
It's been mentioned,
yeah, it's been mentioned that the town is in discussions to keep that as open space.
Open space.
So the goal is not for us to develop that in any way, shape, or form.
I've been listening to this for, I've lived there, I think, 35 years. I was living at that location, and I keep hearing how the town is going to end up with opening up that property. Yet, we never seem to get past speaking about it.
We're in active negotiations right now.
For how long? How long have we been in active negotiations?
6 months, but that's, we
can't
can't
speak
really,
about
we can't,
it. Okay.
it is progressed from beyond talking.
So your recommendation is going to be?
To not have that be what, okay. Just-
Thank you.
Because I'm sure there is other people who want to speak on that.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the one, that question comes up, and we explained to you what our rationale was on making that change. But people ask the question, well, where's the access going to be if you were to make a portion of that commercial, which we all hope that the discussions that are going on are fruitful, and which it will become a moot point. But the fact is, there are multiple access to that points, and they'd be exactly the same access points if somebody were to buy that and develop it as residential lot. So, I mean, the access points would be the same access points, whether it was, regardless of what it was, and if it was, a housing development from stem to stern to it, it's the same access points.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak on this topic?
Yeah, we're going to have another conversation.
Yes.
after the
Mr. Lack.
Hi, good evening. Joe Lack, 996 Seaport Avenue. I'm here to voice my opposition to the newly proposed waterfront 2 zone extended south of the Nanaquaket Bridge. And I'm also asking for the support of the town council to end the waterfront 2 zone at the Nanaquaket Bridge as written in the comprehensive plan. So, I've spent a lot of time in the town hall the last week, also educating myself. I got kind of blindsided with this whole ordeal And, I just want to read a couple of things right off the comprehensive plan. Waterfront-related uses, that's is on page 50. It relies on waterfront access for businesses. And on page 53, land use goal. Promote marine-related land use along the Tiverton waterfront. And last but not least, on page 55, we have Action 3. Complete a comprehensive waterfront plan that evaluates long-term options for redevelopment, improve aesthetics, and increase public access from the Foyer line in the north to the Nanaquaket Bridge south. It was very interesting. And then I have a little end of one paragraph that says here, waterfront areas from the Foyer line in the north to the Nanaquaket Bridge. So, the part that really got my inquisitive nature here, I said, all I'm doing is hearing waterfront. So I think I did the logical thing, and I said, in town government, which I was involved years ago, 35, 40 years ago, I said, who would have the definition for waterfront? So I said, let me go to the department, not only in this town, but any community that's always on the hot seat. More so than all the combined departments in any town. I went to the tax assessor, and I sat down and I said, can you give me the definition of waterfront? And in about 2 seconds, he said to me, just like this. Let me make sure that I read it right. I'm terrible without my glasses. Oh, here it is. It's right here. 2 seconds. He gave me the explanation. Any property line on the water. Well, I understand what some of the planning board people are trying to do, and they're professional people, but this is black and white. And this all goes to fit in with the properties that are on the east side of the road. And it goes as far as having, let's see what the planning board, they're trying to create new business. And I just took these notes from some of the comments that they made. And I tried to consolidate a lot of my many notes. They say, and I think it's in the comprehensive plan, it should have waterfront public access. Where do we have public waterfront access from the Nanaquaket Bridge to Don's Marina, the package store? I don't see any. We just had a repaving job done and sidewalks put in. Where did they stop? Nanaquaket Bridge. To the areas south of the Nanaquaket Bridge, do we have any sidewalks, public access? Sure doesn't look like it to me. Suitable for waterfront uses. The properties on the east side of Main Road. And all I do is hear about paddle boats. Well, I went to the comprehensive plan, and I was really surprised it's that long, and I ran across something. Land area of Tiverton, for your information, 0.13% of the land in Tiverton is general commercial. 0.13. So then I go, and I went to Bristol's comprehensive plan. Now, I'm just telling you what's on their comprehensive plan. I'm not making up these numbers. 2.2%. Warren, 3.3%. Portsmouth, 1.9%. Middletown, 4%. And I hear from the planning board that they want to promote business. We are only at 0.13%. And I guarantee we lose Mr. Daddario and my son, if they lose those 2 little lots there, that's a prime location for business. The idea of business is to support the community and give the community a place to do business. You'll never see it again. From Bulgarmarsh Road all the way to South Tiverton to the Little Compton line, you'll never see general commercial again. I guarantee it. I've been in this town 51 years. And I'm not an expert on zoning or planning, but I'm trying to use common sense here for the good of the town. Who knows what someone could build on those 2 little lots to serve the community? It does not relate to waterfront in any shape or form. So, I guess that's all I got to say to you. And just one other thing. One more thing. My son, 15 years ago, when he bought the place, how hard we worked, we went through that whole house, top to bottom. And I'm hearing people preach about character. Well, I dare anybody in this room to go buy that property and look up and say, gee, that particular piece of property has no character. The business on the first floor, he's an accountant, CPA. A lot of people in town do business with him. The girl on the second floor, she's a Providence firefighter. She drives all the way to Providence, all the way to Tiverton for rent, because you know something? My son charges her a fair rent because she can't afford to live in Providence. I'm helping out with the 10%. So anyway, I'm sorry if I got a little loud. That's just my nature. But, at my age, I can still add 2 and 2. And these ideas that are coming up here as far as aesthetic and character, the town has its footprint already. And I admire the people that are trying to change things, trying to make the town look better. I understand the frustration that a lot of people in North Tiverton have. And I live in South Tiverton. And I agree with a lot of people in North Tiverton. I said it the years I was on the Budget Committee. So, my closing, I hope you really consider, taking that portion of this plan, and putting it back to where the comprehensive plan said it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic? Come on up.
My name's Bob Gore, 156 Horizon Drive, and I would like to, something Mr. Troyer had brought up about access to Hicks Farm. And it was mentioned, well, if someone develops it residentially, they're gonna have the same access, et cetera. I also own the property, Plot 114, Lot 132, which is on the west side of the railroad tracks, and it's waterfront property, which borders Hicks Farm. My question to the council is, I know you're in negotiation, you can't talk much about this, but from what I can see on the map, you are possibly negotiating for only part of Hicks Farm and not the waterfront. Is that correct?
We can't.
That is not correct. You
No,
can't,
we
you
can't-
can't
we
address
can't get
that.
into the details.
According to the map, it's divided into two parcels.
We can neither confirm nor deny
Can
that.
I just clarify something? It's a split zone, it's not a parcel line. So the zoning lines are not always parcel lines. In some cases, we cleaned a lot of that up, but in other places, there is a line that divides the parcel itself into two different zoning districts. And the zoning ordinance allows the uses from each district to cross 50, I believe it's 50 feet into the other district, and then beyond that, you'd only be allowed to do what's in that particular district. So if this Hicks property were split, you could do residential 50 feet into the waterfront zone, you could do waterfront 50 feet into the residential zone, and then they're two separate zones, and the uses are different, but it's one piece of property. This is not a parcel line.
I don't think you're going to be able to answer my question, because everyone's dummying up here and just,
It's not that we're dumbing up, sir, we're in active negotiations with somebody, so go ahead.
So the bottom line is, if in fact there is a division line there, you are going to need access to that.
It's a
And-
zoning division line, sir.
It's not a
It's not a lot,
parcel
it's not a
line.
parcel line.
It's a
It's an artificial zoning line that's on that parcel,
So
as proposed.
It's a proposed line.
It says what you can do in one side and do in the other side, but it doesn't change ownership, it doesn't change anything, it's one big parcel, it's just use.
Well, based on the negotiations, I don't think you're going to be able to answer my question, but thank you.
Anybody else like to speak?
I don't know if I have a question or not. It's about
But
zoning.
You just approach the microphone,
I-
name and address, please.
Ryan Morrow, 17 Fraser Lane. I received a letter in the mail, and I'm on Stafford Road, near the Muddy Moose property, and I think I'm on plot 214-154, and I just don't quite understand what changes are happening
So
there.
that's actually in front of the planning board.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
So
can you
is
clarify
this-
for her?
Well, where on Stafford Road? I just want to make sure.
I'm on Fraser Lane. My property abuts the Muddy Moose. I think it's 214-154.
It's the form-based code, which is the pedestrian-friendly district. Your property's not affected, but you're in a butter, so you're getting a notification. But that zone is being added into the regular zoning table.
Dimensions are being
And the
slightly
dimensions
changed.
are being slightly changed, but your property is not being changed, but since you're in a butter to it, you're getting a notification by law.
And will it be discussed what changes will be happening to that? Or do we know?
When is that on your agenda?
They're all right here.
Next.
They're all
It's in
right
front
here.
of you.
Okay.
It's all in front of you in the pedestrian-friendly zone. The changes are not terribly substantial from what they were before. The uses are pretty much the same. I think that,
The dimensional requirements, I think, were slightly reduced.
right,
For the commercial property behind?
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, and I tried to research it. I spoke to a gentleman named Ed, and
Yep.
I was still confused, so.
yeah. And some things that were uses that existed, just for the council's benefit, it won't necessarily affect you, but uses before that were special use permits have now been converted to permitted with performance criteria in that zone, so that's part of the change. But it's very similar in terms of the uses as, overall, as to what was there before, and some slight dimensional modifications.
Thank you.
But because you're next to it, you gotta notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic? Anybody else? All right. Mr. Souza.
This is 51 King Road. I had a question, just to understand the process. I know Jamie's long-winded, but she does bring a couple of good points. The public hearing for the zoning that happened last year, it seemed like we had a public hearing, and then it was voted on immediately at that meeting. So my question was, what's the point of the public meeting if any of those ideas that were brought up, they're heard, but they're not discussed? If somebody had a relevant point, why wouldn't there be an opportunity for the board to act on those suggestions of the public hearing? Because it sure did feel like a formality, like to check the box and then the vote was made. You know, so the average person isn't paying attention to what this is until they see, okay, well, there's a meeting tonight, right? And that's why there's people here, right? Well, how does it affect me, right? So when they come up and ask a question, you know, there's no buffer for consideration before it happens. So, for instance, we love the Tiverton Yacht Club. Been here forever, they belong here, it's part of the community, it's fabric of why we're here. You know, but for them to come tonight and say, you know, we'd like consideration to not be in that zone, and we've been here 70 years. I've lived here for 55 years, and I didn't want to be put in that zone, but I didn't have that opportunity for that to happen. And if they do have that opportunity, how is it that they could ask for that exemption where I couldn't? You know what I mean? So I'm just wondering how it works, because I'm comparing it to what happened when we went all to R120, the entire town, to what's about to happen here. And I'm like, how can you stand here and ask for an exemption when I couldn't do that?
Well, you could have asked for exemption at that meeting. You could have. You didn't.
The planning board sent out specific notice and advertised in the newspaper its public hearing for the future land use changes. I don't know what else to tell you on that.
So
just to
say that again.
just to answer.
Exemption.
you could have asked for exemption. Anyone, that's what the purpose of the public hearing. You could have said, I don't want my property to be turned to R120. You could have done that.
I did, but it doesn't matter. It didn't
Well,
matter.
I'm just saying, so you did have the opportunity. The council maybe at the time didn't agree with you, but you had the opportunity to make your case why this property shouldn't be
Right, so
120.
I understand,
Yeah.
and I did voice my
Yeah,
opinion. I didn't
you were
want
there.
it.
You did.
So what I'm asking is, I'm trying to understand the
Yeah.
process, how the Tiverton Yacht Club here can stand here and ask for it, and I think they're gonna get consideration, which I think they should. Are they not gonna get consideration?
It's up to the council to.
So that, just for the Tiverton Yacht Club, they're asking to be included in this zone, but because the abutters and everything haven't been properly noticed, and they're not in consideration. It was nice to hear from the Tiverton Yacht Club that they'd like that, but we can't actually take that action to put them into one of the waterfront zones. We would have to then re-notice everybody that change was being considered. So there's really no change to the Tiverton Yacht Club. They would like a change is really what they were asking for.
Well, I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah, no, I think, and I think you'll see when the council does do some deliberations, I'm sure there'll be some parcels that we bring up and potentially pull out of changing, like, for instance, the Hicks property that was discussed. If that makes sense. Anybody else like to speak on this issue?
I would ask comment for this, and I'll speak as I go. Riverside Drive has residences that are in waterfront that are going back to residential. Why can't we do that for the Bay Street properties? They were residential. The property that is being changed, that got changed to commercial, waterfront commercial without their knowledge, is now going to waterfront industry. This property is between their houses. It's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So why does Riverside Drive get to have their zoning changed back to residential, but and they're right on the water, and Bay Street, which is not on the water, has to remain, has to get industry, has to have W1, which is higher density business and industry. It's not on the water, and they keep asking for it to get changed back to residential. Why are they being ignored? Why aren't they being treated equally like Riverside Drive?
Councilor Comito.
My understanding is that those lots that what you're talking about are vacant.
Right, but they're
The
between
lots,
houses.
those are vacant lots.
But there was a
The woman
house.
that was here was speaking about, let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, they were vacant lots, and the lots that got changed on Riverside were pre-existing houses. So and it went from water to water one. It didn't change. We're not changing water. There is no water industry. It's water one, water two. But those are vacant lots, so it's totally different from what they did on.
But if you look at the Bay Street area, there was a house there that burnt down, and they weren't allowed to rebuild because of the rubble foundation.
I fought that
They
fire,
want to
yes.
rebuild on that, and that, those
I
empty lots
can't
are
answer to that
between
question, Jamie.
existing homes. It's not like it's away, it's separated, it's in a residential
I can't
neighborhood.
answer the question, but the question I can answer for you is that those are vacant lots, And that's why they're totally different than what took place on,
It's not because
It-
they
it
have.
is.
But on Bay Street, you have residences across the street and adjacent to it. You can't put industry or commercial in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And that's what this
So
lot
I
is.
just,
put 3 houses next to it.
thank you very much for your comments, thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic? Anybody else?
John, are you specifically talking about the comp plan right now?
We are talking about
The
the
map,
comp plan.
the map.
The map. Okay, anybody else like to talk about the comp plan, the map? Anybody else? I'm gonna do 2 public hearings, correct? Or do I need?
Keep on going. Next
Okay.
one.
Oh, we're gonna roll into the next one and then
Yeah.
we'll just come back, okay. Anybody else? All right, so, I guess we'll roll into the next one, which is the land use tables. Keep the public hearing open for both, then we'll close it at the end, so if anybody,
Well, because to the extent that you make changes, you should really,
They need to be consistent.
it be consistent,
Yes.
and they also the public may want to comment on some of the changes that you make if it's not being discussed, so. yeah.
would it be proper for us to talk about the comp plan before going to the use tables?
I think you should go to the use tables.
Okay, let's go to the use tables. All right, would anybody like to talk about the extensive work done to the use tables?
But legally, I mean, you can't change anything.
Ms. French, just so you know, we'll talk about it. We're gonna talk about the use tables. We're gonna go back, we'll close the public hearing, we'll do the comp plan piece, and then we'll go back and do the use tables secondarily to that.
Okay, so waterfront 1. Oh, I forgot to bring my glasses. It doesn't, in the description, it says that it is a high-impact, marine-related commercial use. Why does it have permitted by right industry? It doesn't say that here. It doesn't say that it's a marine industry commercial use, but yet the use table says that, and not the big 13A, which is cannabis, but the big 13 with the little a is industry, and it says permitted by right. It says manufacturing industry. We're not talking about boat building. We're not talking about marinas. We're talking about industry.
No, we're not.
Industry is industry, Miss Denise. Industry is not. If you look at the definitions, there is no definitions for marine or industry. There is no definitions for fabrication. There is no definition for processing. There is no definition for any of these things in the use table. Waterfront 2, it says that it is going to be a retail and commercial. Residential. Well, residential is only going to be allowed on top of commercial, so that's not really residential. And again, it says nothing about industry, but again, the use table says that industry will be a by right use. Now, I'm thinking about what could happen in the future. Unintended consequences. We allow industry, but wow, what could happen with there? What could go wrong? You know what I mean? So someone wants to build marine batteries. Wow, that's a good use because it's an industry, it's manufacturing, and it's allowed by right.
No, it's not.
It is allowed if you read read the document. There is nothing
All right,
that stops
Ms.
that.
French, can you cite specifically in the document where you're talking about this industry piece?
Oh, the industry is in the use table.
Page 24.
13, section 13.
Industrial uses.
Little a.
24.
So
Just so we're all on the same page, Mr. Solicitor,
Thank you.
please.
So if you, first of all, you look, so you're gonna look at first for the definition of waterfront 1 and waterfront 2. This in generally describes what that zone in general is, okay? Gives every zone in the zoning code has a description of what that zone is. So waterfront 1 is described as this district provides locations for moderate to high-impact marine-related commercial uses on and adjacent to the waterfront. That's the definition of a waterfront 1 zone. Then, if you look to the industrial uses, A, manufacturing, storing, processing, fabricating activities in conformance with Article 13, and if you look at waterfront 1, it's a permitted use. But you don't look at that in a vacuum. You look back as a permitted use as it's defined in waterfront 1, as the definition of the zoning code has it. So to the extent that I would want to have a manufacturing of a buoy factory, is that how you say a buoy? I live in a landlocked community, so I'm not used to these sea terms. But if you have a buoy factory, or if you want to manufacture fishing rods, then that's a marine-related manufacturing use. Does that mean you can put a nuclear power plant there? No, because that is not marine related. Do you want to have a fish processing plant? Perhaps, but that's not, that's low end, that's high impact. So,
I think the important point to understand is that a person cannot walk into the door and go to the zoning office and say, I want to open up an industry.
Right.
That's not a use. It's a category of uses, and it requires that there's specificity in what that use is. So nobody is going to come and say, I want to open up an industry because look here, it says industry
Correct.
and it's permitted. That's not how a use table
right.
works.
A zoning code could never contemplate every type of every use. So you have to use broad terms, and then it's up to the zoning officer and the zoning board and the planning department to figure out what those
Let's
uses
not
are.
forget, there's going to be review by the planning board.
Correct.
For
Correct.
commercial or industrial use, either as a development plan review project, minor or major land development project.
But you need to relate back to what the definition of that W1 is as set forth in on page 24. That sets the general tone of what goes into that zone. That's how zoning, listen, I understand there's a lot of confusion, not only among the public, but on the council. Zoning is a very complicated issue. And people don't deal with this on a daily basis, and I understand that. I understand there's confusion, I understand that there's frustration, and I understand that we're doing our best to get the information. But it is complicated, so we're happy here to take the time. The planning board, the planning department has had numerous meetings on this. This is our first public hearing on it as well. A lot of good questions here tonight, a lot of, hopefully some answers to questions that you had. But this is not an easy thing. This was made more complicated because on top of this, we were facing a state law change that required us, for every special use permit in our own zoning code, to have specific criteria for that. Otherwise, those special use permits would have been granted as a matter of right. So in addition to the waterfront and water two front zones, which were added into this review, we had to go through with special use permits and come up with, some of them they changed to permitted, some of them they changed with special use permits with criteria, and some of them they took out altogether. And it's all fair discussion, but that's how we got to where we are today. So part of this is driven by state law, and that's why every city and town has been rushing to get this done. And we've actually extended this. It was supposed to be done by the end of last year, and we've extended our moratorium until February 28th, sorry, end of this month.
No, you're right, though. The only thing that had to be done legislatively is change the special use permits, add in ADUs, and add in cannabis. All this other extra stuff, like changing the dimensional requirements on Main Road 50%, or changing, adding industry, adding waterfront, is all superfluous. It wasn't part of what needed to be done. And my question, another question, okay, we'll skip the industry, since every time I bring up industry, you guys, you talk about the unintended consequences and what could happen in the future, but you have no problem with the fact that industry is not industry, which makes no sense. There's a document called the Mount Hope Bay Watershed. Every time I bring it up, Ashley says it's about rain gardens. Well, it's not about rain gardens. There's not one rain garden mentioned in the entire document.
Miss
The
French.
document
Miss French,
the-
is there something specifically
Yes,
in these
it
tables?
is. The Mount Hope Bay Watershed takes in North Tiverton up to the top of the hill. It defines the area as being that 10% impervious land is what is acceptable. North Tiverton is at 31%. So we're 21% too impervious, which means we don't percolate our water. The whole document talks about how we should plan for open space in North Tiverton, how we need to protect our wetlands, how we need to preserve and look at our streams' connectivity to the bay. In order to do that, by changing things, the waterfront to high commercial and industry, you are putting the areas are waterfront. The reason that these areas that are not built on is because they're wetlands. And yet we want to change them to high industry. It says on page 53, I think, action 3 or page 55, 54 of the comp plan, action 3, that we are supposed to allow more ability to interact and to deal with our waterfront. And how by putting industry there or high commercial areas that we can't go to doesn't help the public go in. What happens is that public lands and open space and availability of
Ms.
wetlands
French,
is what allows
Just
the
to
comp plan.
just to refocus the conversation,
this is-
specifically in the use tables.
But this is, right, it is, and by
Which specific use tables?
the use table, the whole thing relates, the Mount Hope Bay Watershed Plan is a DEM state document that Tiverton has, that we have, that's about Tiverton. And
So to
it
the
has
extent,
and the uses that are in the use table, some of them violate that plan.
So to the extent that we amend the comprehensive plan, that amendment would have to be approved by the state planning office. So if the state planning department finds that somehow this plan violates what is that called again?
The Mount Hope Bay Watershed Plan.
They will not approve the plan, and they will send it back to us and say, start again.
But what
So
do we-
there's a check. So we're assuming that, I respect her comments, we're assuming that she's correct, but there's a check. The check is the state. So it all goes back to the state planning office. If they believe that somehow we are in violation of that plan or DEM regulations or something else, the plan will be rejected and it will not become effective. So rest assured, there's a check.
But, okay, the use table, when we're looking at things, it's like when we talk to Nanaquaket, it's like, oh, we can't put that in anything because of the use table. We can't do it because it's a watershed. But when it comes to North Tiverton, they won't even put the Mount Hope Bay watershed, they won't even mention it in the comp plan.
Ms.
It
French.
should be in our comp plan and in our zoning because the other watersheds are in our zoning. And it's not
So
being
I
taken
just-
into account.
I'd like to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak on this, so if you have specific comments related to.
I would like you to take, I am asking you to please take industry in the use table, section 13, little a, not big A, but little a, because there's two different 13 A's. So 13, little a, to take industry and to change the P for permitted to no. And because every time people talk about the use of the waterfront, they're always talking about commercial uses or marine uses, which are all permitted uses.
So just to clarify, your comment is you would like to see us change Section 13, industrial uses. A, manufacturing, storage, processing activities in conformance with the other title. You would like us to change the permitted in the waterfront 1 and the waterfront 2 and the industrial sections to not permitted.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this topic?
No, I just want to thank her for all her research that she does. She always speaks and she's
Yes.
passionate about it, so just,
Thank you.
Jamie.
Anybody else like to speak on the use tables? Would anybody else like to speak on the use tables? I agree with your sentiments. All right, is it proper to close the public hearing now, Mr. Solicitor? Or should we have discussion amongst the council first?
Let's have discussion.
Okay. All right, members of the council, any members of the council like to comment on 7, where are we at? Yeah, the map. Let's talk about the map first.
Can I just ask a procedural question? We have a deadline of February 28th.
We have a deadline for February 28th related to the special uses, yes.
But the map,
Not the map.
So if we wanted to, okay.
It's all tied together.
It is all
Yeah,
tied
that's what
together.
I'm confused about.
We
Well,
can't
that-
do the special uses if we have to amend the comp plan, and the
Right,
special uses
right.
contemplate some of the segments in the
That
map,
would
so.
have to, yeah, so it all has to be together.
Because the map has some lots, uses that are, would be special use, but go ahead.
So, to someone's point, if we wanted to change anything tonight, we'd have to re-advertise for all the abutters. We'd have to,
Depends what you're changing. You can't make a broad statement like that. It depends what you're
Okay.
actually changing. If it's something before us today that's been changed, you can change it back, you can modify it a little bit.
right, but if
Right,
there's
right.
anything
You can
we
subtract,
want-
you can't add, correct.
Correct, okay, all right.
Any other counselors have any questions or comments on the map? Look down the line.
Which map?
The maps.
Future land use or-
The
Future land use.
7A.
So if we were gonna make changes to the map, or lots that we even want in the map, we would have to do that
Today.
Yep.
today through a motion on removing or adding something into that lot.
Correct.
You could remove something from the map. I don't think you can add something to the map. You could
We
remove.
can't, yeah, we can't add a new lot and plat, but we can remove.
Right.
And I'll just, as a reminder, if you're removing from the future land use map, we also have to remove the same from the zoning map, because they have to be consistent with each other. So you'd have to whatever you propose to take out of the future land use map, you'd have to propose to take the same thing out of the zoning
7B.
amendment.
Yep.
So if we wanted to take the plot 310, lot 152 and 154 off, we'd have to do the same with,
You have to make the same adjustment to the actual zoning amendment the zoning amendment that's before you, so that they're consistent with each other.
Mr. Solicitor, from a documentation process, because it sounds like Mr. Comito is prepared to make a motion. His motion should be, if he was to remove 310, 152, 154, it would be to remove those lots from the watershed or the waterfront, as well as from the zoning, from the land use and then the zoning, correct?
Does it have to go back to what it was?
That's what my question was.
He's removing it from the waterfront district, right?
Yep.
You have to tell me what the underlying zone, yes, this is a proposed change, so we'll go back to the underlying, whatever it
go
was
back to
before.
general commercial.
Whatever it was.
Wherever it
right.
was, I guess it's general commercial, right?
Right.
That's what it- yeah.
You couldn't make it something new.
You couldn't make it
That's
residential.
what I was
You'd
asking.
essentially be subtracting it out of this proposal and taking it out of consideration under
Okay.
what's in front of you.
And
So it would just stay whatever
What
it
it
is.
is.
These what's before you are changes, not, right, these
All
are
right.
changes.
Would you like to make a motion, Counsel?
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion. I mean, I think it was clear that we heard from both people tonight that they'd rather stay in general commercial for whatever reason, which is on them. So I would like to take that plat 310, the lots 152 and 154, which is the property, I believe, that's right on the corner of Main and 177.
Yep.
And remove them and put them back to their general commercial.
Second.
that.
All right.
Well, hold on, one at a time, guys.
Motion's been made and seconded. Counselor Comito, would you be open to an amendment to include plat 115, 154, 254, and 302, 684? That's the Hicks parcels.
And,
Can you say that again?
yeah,
So on plat 115, you'd remove lots 154 and 254 from consideration.
That's Hicks?
And then plat 302, 684. Those three combined are the changes to the Hicks parcel.
we want to move it back to what?
And those would revert to their original designation.
Residential.
I'd rather do it in separate motions.
We could do that separately.
Okay, no worries, go for
And
it.
actually, I prefer you do it separately because I want them to before we make these changes, I want to confirm we've got the right lot. This is like a loaded gun, guys, right? You're changing.
Love it.
I know. So you're
We do it
changing.
live.
I know, you're
No,
doing
but
it
I
live, but I
wanna
want to make sure it's right.
right.
Because once you make the change and vote, we're
Okay.
vested, so let's.
All right, so the motion on the motion for consideration is remove plat 310, 152, 154, revert back to general commercial.
Can I just
Motion
confirm
from-
that, I'm sorry, can I just confirm those lots that
have
Mr.
a
Dario?
discussion.
Yeah, discussion too, Mr. Dario and the other.
Those are general commercial, those are the lots at the bottom of Bulgarmarsh Road.
So those are both that would be the judge's lot
And Mr. Lack.
and Luck lot.
Yes.
Those are those two lots. Okay,
But that doesn't include the strip mall.
It does not.
Nope,
just those two lots.
just those.
Those are in plat 409.
Okay. Motion was made second?
Motion was made and seconded.
Discussion.
Discussion, Counselor DiMederos.
That's just, I want to make sure I know what I'm moving here before I move it.
You would be leaving those two lots.
So those two lots
Those
at the
would
corner of Bulgarmarsh
would stay
turn
in
into general
general
commercial.
Stay.
Yeah.
Remain.
Rain.
Well, yeah. Remain in general commercial instead of the waterfront. Only those two lots, correct?
Correct, those are the only two we're, right here on the ladies, yeah. All right, any further discussion? Counselor Janik.
Does that put us in violation of doing the isolated zoning?
No, because those are already zoned general commercial.
No, they're already there. I mean, the only risk is that the general commercial use table has more intense uses, and at some point, you could end up with them there. That's the only, that's the only consideration.
Can you say that again? At some point, we would end up with what?
The general commercial use table has more intense uses.
Than the
so-
water.
Than,
Than water, too.
than the waterfront. So you kind of end up with these two lots that are sort of
All this stuff.
an island, right? That, may have more intense uses on it. But
No, by intense you mean, like, example?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Whatever's,
find.
whatever's listed in the GC zone
That's
as a
what I'm just
permitted
watching.
use.
Would be permitted there.
Right.
Residential,
I'm trying to find the G's.
Right,
farming
but
or
keep
raising
in-
of animals, you could raise crops.
But keep in mind, the GC zone still has the ends in it that need to get changed back to S's when we, or Ps with perform,
Right.
when we bring them back to
When you
you.
bring them back to it.
So there are things in there that right now are ends, but they're gonna
Which would regulate some of the controls again.
Which
Yep.
would be another vote, Craig. Right.
Correct.
But
No.
I just, taking a step back, the way that the zoning revision committee was looking at this was to create this kind of uniformity in this area for what was already zoned commercial, and also to bring in what is used commercially that may not have been zoned commercially. We haven't gone and done the general commercial zone yet, and we will. And I think the general thinking is that there's a place for that general commercial, and we want to look at where it's happening now, and, is there a possibility for expanding that? I don't think that the general commercial is necessarily gonna get more restrictive, so to Tricia's point, you'd have two pieces of property here that would be,
The
I'll
same as
say-
they ever was.
slightly more intense in use, and when I say intense, like, there are things in waterfront too that like, the size of the building is, you can only go up to a certain size, and everything has the ability to ask for,
Variant.
a variance, yes. But we were moving in the direction of trying to make general commercial kind of like the middle we're trying to diversify the commercial districts so that you can use them a little more critically, I'll say, in terms of like, instead of using general commercial in this area, using waterfront too, looking at where general commercial is and using it specifically for locations in town, and then again, also looking at highway commercial. So I just wanna give you that context and thinking about, we're gonna come back and do general commercial, but the mindset in making this or proposing this as waterfront two was that that was kind of the commercial use in this area, and that general commercial would serve a purpose elsewhere. If you leave these and they stay general commercial, we will have to take all of that into consideration in going through the general commercial and how that district gets applied and where it should live.
And again, that will come back to this body.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion, Counselor?
I just want to make a comment to the property owners. Appreciate you doing research and coming and speaking today in front of everyone, and stepping up and letting us know what your stance is. So, just before everybody votes, I think property rights are huge, and people should stand up for what they believe in. And commend you for coming in and doing that. That's all I have to say.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, and just so we're clear, if we do this, it removes it from the use table, water one, water two, whatever it is, and stays general commercial. So,
On the future land use map.
In
We're voting on the future
the
land use
zoning
map.
and the future land
Well,
use
that's not
map.
the motion. We
No.
only do the future land use. You gotta do another motion to change the zone.
anyway, so.
Well, yeah, I was under the assumption, if we do the land.
Two separate votes, two separate issues, yep.
One's dependent on the other, though.
Two
All right,
separate votes.
So two separate votes. All right, so this is for the future land use. So, all in favor? None opposed. All right, Counselor Comito, would you like to make the motion for the zoning?
Yes, make the same exact motion, to remove Plat 10, lots 152 and 154, from the zoning map.
310, correct.
I'm sorry.
Second.
310, sorry.
Not
Most-
remove it for the, just remain.
From consideration.
Right.
Yep.
Remain in the GC zone.
Remain GC.
All right, so motion's made, seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? All right. So those are off. Any other counselors have any they'd like to address? Counselor DiMederos?
No.
You want to do it? Okay.
Did you want to do?
I do, yep.
Yeah.
X-115.
All right, so,
Going back to just the land use map now again.
all right, so first one's going to be land use. I'll defer to the council if anybody would like to make a motion. If not, I'm happy to. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to remove Plat 115, lots 154, 254, and Plat 302, lot 684, because they correspond to the Hicks property from consideration in changing the
We
zoning.
can't type that
Can you
fast.
say that of the lots again?
Yes, Plat 115,
Yeah.
154, 254, and Plat 302, 684. And I actually have a specific question for discussion on that.
Second.
If I get a second. We have a second.
Can we confirm those are the right lots, please?
So while you're confirming,
Your second, and then we'll have a discussion.
we have seconded by Counselor Hayden. Counselor DiMederos.
So you want to? No, you want to change, you want to keep it at residential?
Correct.
This is opening up a can of worms, because if we keep it in residential, somebody could come in and build 500 houses there. If the Hicks property, if they decided to sell it to these people. So that whole area there will turn into residential. I just think
No, is that what your motion was, John?
Correct.
I thought it was to get rid of,
To pull it out, my motion was to pull it out of the future land use map, so it would revert back to residential, which is what it's currently zoned as.
you're talking the whole Hicks property.
No, not the
Nope,
whole,
the
just
bottom,
waterfront.
the water, the part of the property that is
That's
now
what I mean.
considered
Your-
water.
your
The
motion-
change was to have part of the property is water, put it in the waterfront
The,
zone.
the reason why there are three, and is because
Major development in there.
correct, 154 is on the other side of the railroad easement.
Right.
That's on the water side. 254 is the portion of the south end of the Hicks property, that large pit space. And then 684 is actually the entirety of that right-of-way, from Fall River all the way down to the bridge, which again, because it's not, I guess, take it back, because it's that section
Yeah,
of there. So that's the adjoining piece between 154 and 254.
So your motion is only for
So
that
it's only a-
section of that lot.
Portion
Correct.
of 6-8.
The proposed changes for for 154, 254, and 684, to have them revert to what they were before.
I'm confused.
But only portion of
684 is only that portion between the two Hicks parcels.
Correct.
Right.
As identified in the use map.
Yes.
It's what would make that one contiguous zone.
So you want to make, well, it's what I said, you want to make the whole
Well-
Hicks property.
Leave it as is. Leave it as it is right now.
Can we confirm those are the right parcel numbers?
They are.
I'm just, my opinion is, we keep it the way it is right now, because I don't really want it to turn into a huge housing complex.
Any other councilors' discussion? You seconded it already, so
Yep. I have no discussion.
discussion. Anybody?
Yeah,
Counselor Janik.
I am also concerned, we have so many housing developments before planning right now. I just don't want to see this developed into condos, houses, multiple housing areas. We have probably close to 1,000 houses or condos, apartments being built right now or in approval phases, and I just don't want to see this even though right now it's not looking like that, but it can be sold, and if it's zoned, if it's zoned residential, then the developers will be in.
So, am I, Counselor Paul?
What is the exact area that is, I'm just thinking,
have it
when
here,
we're talking
area.
housing development, okay?
So,
And how many
if I'm
houses can
correct.
you put on that versus what's already potential housing?
I don't know the size of, so
It's
I don't
hard
know
to
the
say.
size of area two.
Based on the suitable.
You're talking
plans.
10 houses versus the entire thing, which is already zoned residential, that we're working on obtaining.
Well,
There's no housing in W2.
It's 78.5 acres for the total of 254, but that doesn't, I mean, what we're
The
talking.
blue piece?
No, the entire parcel, including the blue piece, is almost 80 acres. And then, I don't know, you're talking tiny stuff, like 154 is 1.7 acres.
Is the blue piece?
The blue piece on the other side of that railway, that, in between the water and, yeah, you can barely see it.
That little sliver?
Yes.
Well, can I just, so the map as proposed as by the planning board would make that little section, I'm going to call it a little section, but it looks little on the map, but would not, if it's waterfront, you can't put any residential houses there at all.
right, I
right?
understand
That's the
How many
thing.
acres is
Now,
that?
to ask if it was, goes back to the underlying residential, how many houses could you put on the entire parcel? It's a very subjective number because it depends upon whether it's low and moderate income houses. There's a lot of different things. You get density bonuses and whatnot. So we can't give you a definite number, but what you're allowing is for residentials to go there if you make the whole parcel residential.
So-
Just so you understand it.
So two.
It's a policy
Counselor
decision.
Paul.
Yeah, no, but what I was looking at is that the gentleman in the back that's concerned about a development, and Councilor DiMederos as well, this area in question that we're gonna change from water one back to residential, it's negligible compared to the entire lot itself.
How many acres is it?
It's negligible, but, you know, just so you all know, in keeping with the worst-kept secret in Tiverton, the discussions that we had around this did not exclude, by any stretch of the imagination, the Open Space Committee and the Tiverton Land Trust, which are two of the important participants in the discussion. In terms of the number of houses, I mean, Ashley and Todd can, you know, if you're doing something that's got a component of affordable housing in it, these days, you're getting these staggeringly huge density bonuses. The bottom portion is about 500 feet up from the railroad tracks. But if you make that commercial, then you will have neither residential property on it, nor can you have accessories to residential use on that. So it makes it maybe a little less attractive to a developer to do a condos from stem to stern development.
So my,
Rough estimate, just using the GIS and blocking out the blue square, it's about 12 and a half acres, 12 to 13 acres.
So,
Which isn't a lot if somebody does single-family houses. It's a lot in a comp permit, though.
And it's the waterfront part of the property.
So what John is proposing is about 12 and a half acres.
The area that we propose to,
yeah, we, just in the back, we can't hear down here.
the area that's being proposed to be waterfront two, it just rough estimate is about somewhere 12 to 13 acres.
But the lots that are on, the lots that John just mentioned.
It's the portions of those
So
lots that correspond to the
that's
proposed
12 and a half
change.
acres.
Yeah, I drew a line
That
around
was my
all of
question.
them regardless of the parcel area, just the blue.
I just don't see why we'd change it.
So, if I could have a bit of discussion, well, you finished, Counselor Paul?
No, it just seems to me that either way, whether we change it or not, we've already, the cat's out of the bag on the
Yep.
other half of it. We just need to follow through with that and get that done.
My piece here, so number one, 684, that connects the 154, that waterfront piece, you don't think anybody would be able to build anything there anyways. In fact, perhaps only commercial would be what would fit there, given the fact that there really is no land. The 684 piece, I believe that's not even ours, or that's not connected to the property, so that's owned by, the organization that owns the entire line through. And then, in keeping with as Chairman Hilton said, the worst kept secret in town. My opinion, if we make it commercial, we're increasing the value and we're creating a scenario where now it does become attractive for somebody to try and beat us to the punch. And the objective is to keep this open, so. Counselor Comito.
W2 is strictly commercial, right? It's not, the W1 is commercial residential?
Both
Mixed use?
the commercial zones allow mixed use, but only on an upper floor. So
Right, so-
you could have an apartment above something, but you can't have a first floor residential.
I kind of like it there.
All right. Any further discussion? Counselor Perry? No? All right, so motion's made, seconded. All those in favor?
Can you just repeat what the motion
The
is?
motion is to remove plat 115, lots 154, 254, and plat 302, lot 684, which is the southern, or the eastern portion of the Hicks property from being changed to waterfront 1. It would revert back to its existing residential zone. So, if you vote yes, then it would go back to residential. Okay. So, motion made and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so it doesn't carry. Any other parcels the council would like to address? No? Okay. So there we go, those two. Now, as far as the use tables, we still have the public hearing open, so as we dive into these discussions, we can still take public comment, correct, Mr.
Yes.
Solicitor? Okay.
Depending on what changes you make, but yes.
Depending on what changes we'd like to make.
We've amended the zoning map too for the first one, correct? So we're past
Yes.
that. So I think we should probably adapt the zoning map as amended on a formal, on B, so. Approval of the proposed amendment to the town district zoning map. You did that already? We made an amendment to it. We haven't adopted the final.
Correct. Same with the future land use map.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's vote on the future land use map as amended.
But I need to close the public hearing first if we're gonna make final votes.
Well, no, you can do it now. Do it now.
Sure?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so, looking for a motion to approve, the future land use, map as amended.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All right, motion's made second. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. All right, we have to do it for zoning now, too.
Correct. As
Okay.
amended.
Do I have that motion as well?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Perry to approve the zoning map amendments as amended.
Second.
Motion's made, seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, none opposed.
Now we're just on the district use tables.
Now the district use tables
And the other.
and the other items. So, let's flip ahead here. Okay. Do you need to? Yes.
You want coffee?
Take 5?
Can we do? All right, we're gonna take 5 minutes,
To just breathe.
and then we will come right back and dive into these specific items.
Did we tell you we're coming back next month with more?
Hooray.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure I go away for that.
Counselor Paul, Comito, DiMederos, Janik. Deputy Chief, would you mind poking your head out and ask the counselors to come back in? Thank you. Try to move this along here. All right, we found Counselor Comito. Okay.
I don't know why.
Where's Counselor Paul?
I don't know, I heard myself being.
He's in the restroom, okay.
I listened to you. Yeah, we thought it was coffee, everything in there.
Listen, yeah.
Need some wine.
Yeah, that was a good point. Now we're trucking along.
Yes.
Life raft. You got these changes though, right? You got these changes. John's got them.
Keeping track.
All right. It's only, it wasn't that many.
No, I'm taking.
I'm gonna break my pen. Are you ready to fire up the video again? Just, okay. The camera. I know.
Well, between this and this. Like,
That's fine. We're gonna. Thank you.
Sorry.
Good.
Without objection. People of AD.
All right, I guess fire it back on. They'll get back when they get back. So without objection, I'd like to move, take 8B out of order because we do have some of the residents here. So if there is no objection, we'll move that up. 8B, which is Mr. Monty and Sarah Regan and Thayer, discussion and possible vote to accept public improvements at Abigail Estates Subdivision, including roadway, Lynn Road, and streetlights.
Yeah, so the submission we sent sort of speaks for itself. I represent the 12 owners of a subdivision that was approved in 2013, so long time ago now. Many of the residents moved in. They're sitting in the front row here in 2021, 4 years ago. The developer appears to have failed to complete some administrative tasks for the streetlights to be turned on, for the roadway to be adopted. So the folks sitting in the front row, they don't have public trash service. They don't have public snow plowing. They have streetlights, but they're not turned on. So really just here to get this over the line and respectfully request that the town adopt and accept the public improvements.
Mr. Solicitor, what would be the motion if we were to move forward?
Exactly what he said.
Okay,
Time
and-
to adopt the public improvements, including the roadway and the streetlights.
Councilor DiMederos.
All right. So Abigail Estates,
Discussion comes after motion.
Correct.
is there a motion?
No, there isn't.
Let's make a motion then.
I came in late.
Councilor Hayden?
I'll make a motion to accept public improvements and realize the road, turn the lights on over here for these folks.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion, Councilor DiMederos.
So everything is done there that's supposed to be done, is that correct? The road has the final surface?
There is a final surface on the road, yes. The developer's attorney is also here, and he can probably speak to that with greater clarity. if there are questions about the developer's work.
I would also offer that I have a punch list from Mr. Rogers dated August 16, 2024, the last time he was out there, where there were some outstanding items.
Yeah.
Mowing the drainage areas, for example.
Mowing,
Yeah.
not gonna be mowing in the snow.
Correct.
And that was completed, sir.
That
So,
was completed?
So
I
any,
spoke with-
Counselor
excuse
Janik?
me.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Administrator.
I spoke with the DPW director today, has no objection to this issue.
Okay. Counselor Janik?
I guess I'm just asking, are we accepting this as a
Town road.
road? That's what we're saying, okay. I will say that these people, they've struggled for all the years that they've been building there. I know that the developer has totally lapsed in his promises to them. He is not taking care of the snow and ice. They do not have town services because of all of that, no fault of their own. They have lights, and when I went down and saw the streetlights there, I thought, that's great. Did not know they weren't turned on, because I went down during the day. I did question the top layer of the asphalt, because it did not look finalized to me, but if that has been changed, I was out there end of summer, beginning of fall.
Okay. Any
I
further
was out there.
discussion?
I was out.
That's been changed, man. That's completed.
Counselor Camino?
I was out there just prior to the storm. We were checking to make sure that the streets were going to get plowed. The lights are up, the pavement's done, and everything looks good out there. I talked to the administrator, and we were just figuring out how to get the street lights turned on. And I think that's just
We need approval.
That's us.
paperwork.
The only thing I do want to say is, we discussed this months ago. You have very fancy streetlights, which cost the town a lot to replace and to do all of that, and it's yours now. It's ours. But we talked with the planning board that in the future, we need to look at that when these developers come and say, we want to put up these very expensive streetlights, and to replace them costs the town a lot more money than what regular streetlights cost. And we have talked to the planning board about it, because the DPW director talked to us about this, and he's very concerned if more developers put these in, our streetlight costs will go way up. So, but I think the planning board will. It's nothing to do with you, we can't take them away.
Well, let's keep that in mind when we start putting streetlights in the rest of the town. Let's
Right.
make sure that
Right.
also conforms.
That's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
Counselor Janik?
So do we have anything in escrow with this developer? We have a bond with him,
There's a
so,
bond still.
so what do we do with that bond? Do we,
You have to come to the planning board and ask for it to be released.
he would have to come and do that?
And there are things outstanding, in my opinion, such as stamped, signed as-built plans.
What's outstanding?
The signed, stamped, as-built plans, for example.
For the roadway.
Yeah.
Let the directors clear the roadway.
From a physical perspective, but we like to have the plans on file in case something happens.
What else is outstanding?
Mr. Akers, did we get a letter from the fire department or water department about fire hydrants?
That's completed, that's fine. I sent it, I believe, to you guys. I have a copy of it with me if you want.
It's the as-built.
Yeah, that is correct.
Miss Eva, do you have a comment?
I'm sorry.
If he has a copy of the as-built, can we add that to the record with this motion? You want to give us a copy of that?
It's been a requirement in the past to have as-built plans and to release any funds that may be held by the town. And I think it's a very nice development, and they've been through a lot, and I've been down there many times as a member of the street committee and as a planning board. So as long as we have drainage in this town has been a problem, I think as-bills are very important.
Mr. Solicitor?
We're holding a bond, so to the extent that you make the motion, be contingent upon, I don't even want to make it contingent. I want to accept the roadway and the lights, and that he's to submit the as-built plans within 30 days, And if he doesn't do it, we'll hold the bond until he
keep his
gets into
money.
it, that's it.
Right.
Okay.
So just one more comment.
Counselor Janik.
We don't want to punish the residents, honestly, we don't. We just want to make sure that what needs to be done to keep you safe and to have your functional neighborhood functioning safely, that it's there. And, like, we don't want you to all of a sudden not have fire hydrants or, you know, whatever. So we definitely don't want to punish you. It's been way too long. And, but we need to hold the developer. He needs to be held, his feet.
So-
This has been going on for years.
I know,
With respect,
I know.
Long time.
All right, but
Even the fire hydrants, I don't think they've been listening.
Before things get a little bit out of hand, my one comment, since the developer's attorney is here, would be, there are items apparently that we need to have done.
Yes.
If we vote to accept the roadway and do all this stuff, as you heard from our solicitor, the bond's not getting released until you transfer those items to us.
Yes, and
So
I'll-
can you make sure that those are transferred to us so we can move on from this?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so any further discussion?
One last comment.
Counselor Paul?
So the quick question here, and I believe this will be on the administrator. We approve this tonight. The director's notified that MEGA can start whenever your trash day would be. And then the next snowstorm, I can be in the truck and go down that road.
I'll make sure that I work with the director. So
Beautiful.
all the town services that they're entitled to now will get turned on immediately.
All right, motion's been made, seconded. Any further discussion?
This snowstorm that's supposed to come in the next couple of days, is that gonna be clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, effective tonight.
Effective immediately when the
Okay.
motion's made.
Okay.
So I can take my trash to the end of my driveway, it's gonna get picked up next Monday?
In your red bags, in your red bags.
Maroon bags.
Maybe, yes, but I can definitely say that we were gonna plow the roads anyway, given the storm, just from a public safety perspective, because you were so close to this meeting. But let me check with the director and get you on the schedule. But I'm sure someone will reach out. If you have any questions, send an email and let me know.
We appreciate it. How long do you think for the streetlights to go on?
So based on this, from what I understand, the procedure is the council will send, or we will send a letter to Rhode Island Energy saying that we've accepted, so they can send us the bill.
Right, okay.
And then they'll turn them on.
Thank you so
You're very
much.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. All right. Now we're back on 7C.
Thank you for taking us out of order.
Not a problem. Thank you guys for bearing with us. Okay. 7C, use tables. There's obviously a ton of stuff in here. Want to remind the council that as we look through these things, we can still go back. We don't have to re-advertise if we want to amend these at a future date, correct? Or
Say that again?
we don't have, we'd have to re-advertise, but we wouldn't have to
If it wasn't
notice.
changed initially,
Yep,
you can change it back.
Okay.
You can take away, you can't add.
okay. We can, so, for instance, on section 13A, the cannabis use table, it's only allowed solely in the planned development park under industrial.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
That's what it was.
My problem with that would be, the likely locations for that would be somewhere in highway commercial, close to state line.
That wasn't a change that they proposed, so you can't.
Got it. So we can we ask the planning board for that change, or how does, what?
We will ask them at a future, yes.
Okay. All right, so it's really just anything that's redlined here, we can either change it back, or, I say red line, but it's all black and white.
Excuse me, strike through and underline.
Yes, strike through and underline, so any of those we can change.
So I think you were given the underlying use table that was in place before the requirement for the special use.
Oh, yours looks really nice.
Yeah.
You guys got this.
I know,
We
it's
got
not
it in
nice
PDF.
and organized.
Well, I know. You got this.
You think you sent us that exact
Yes,
one?
Joan,
I
yes.
sent it to everyone.
Everyone got
Yes.
this.
Through email. And I asked
As
for a
I,
copy.
If you wanted a copy, to let me know, and I would print it.
as I pointed out at the last meeting, the map that you, the use table that you have in your book reflects the fact that most of the special use, not all of them, all the special use permits.
Correct, we're changed to no.
Oh, look.
You don't,
This is nice. Thank you.
so even though it's an N here, it used to be, it most likely used to be an S. You can't see that unless you compare it with this.
Except in the 5 zones that we've already done, which are waterfront 1, waterfront 2, traditional Main Street, pedestrian-friendly and neighborhood business. Those those zones are all done. So if there ends there, it means that they're ends.
There were ends all the way.
Yeah, they're ends all the way. And those S's have now, many of them have turned into P's.
So a couple things I want to just point out. So the pedestrian-friendly zone, TMS, PFD, and NB, these were adopted long ago, but for whatever reason, they were in a separate book. We did not have, one of the first things we did here was to amend that map, because it wasn't even reflected on the map. So that's a great improvement in that you go to one place and you see all the zones that apply to the town. So we got in a little bit of trouble because some people were making the allegation because it wasn't incorporated into the zoning code that didn't exist, or they didn't have to follow it. There was a little bit of litigation on that regarding a very controversial project in town. But that's a huge improvement. You go to one place and you have all the zones that are in the town are reflected in this use table. A use table is a table that shows you the uses that are listed on the far left, where they are permitted in each of those zones. An N means not permitted, a P means permitted as a matter of right. In other words, no other approval is necessary other than perhaps maybe planning board approval for the development plan review, but it's permitted. So if you had an ice cream shop and it was a P in a village commercial zone, it's P. I can go buy the land tomorrow and I can just get a zoning certificate and I can start construction of my ice cream shop. If it's an S,
Come to planning.
planning, I know, I'm saying, subject to planning.
Sorry.
But planning can't stop it for,
And that would be where the specific performance criteria must be met at
correct.
planning.
No.
If it's a permitted right, it's
The performance standard.
Performance
Okay.
standard, right.
which can be varied by the planning board.
Yep.
If it's an S, which is a special use permit, they have proposed a specific and objective criteria, which the zoning board would have to apply, assuming it went to the zoning board, or if it was part of a larger project, the planning board would do it from unified development review, unified
Yeah, you're right.
review.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's getting late. So those are, so that is the overview of this. But I just want to call, again, I said this last meeting, the tricky part is if it's an N here today, don't assume that it was always an N. You probably used to be an S. Some things.
So,
I wouldn't, I will disagree a little bit. I mean, a lot of those ends were ends in certain zones, like they,
But they can't tell, that's a problem.
right, they can't tell, but to say all the ends used to be S's I'm not sure that's.
so if it
Totally
would
accurate.
please the solicitor and the members of the planning board, it seems like we have 4 potential amendments that you had proposed.
Yes.
Should we take those?
Yeah, those are just for scrivener's errors from what I understand, yes.
Do we need to vote on those?
Yes.
Okay. So, in the interest of moving this along, I'm looking for a motion that would make packaged liquor store made permitted by right in the village commercial and W2 zoning districts in Article 4, Section 10, Item I.
So let's go to the agenda, it's page,
Right here.
I make a motion to make packaged liquor stores permitted by right in the VC and W2 zoning district in Article 4, Section 10, Item I.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Okay. None opposed, so that moves. Next item, again, Scrivener's errors, is Article 7, looking for a motion for
hold on, I'm sorry. Public comment on that, before we do that.
Oh,
Let's go back.
any public comment on that? Do you want us to revote?
No.
Okay. Next item,
You asked 3 times, right?
yes. Anybody like to speak on the package stores? Anybody like to speak on the package stores? Anybody like to speak on the package stores? Hearing none, okay. Next item, Article 7, Article 7, substandard lots of record, Section 2B, the date should be amended from June 24th, 2024 to the date that these amendments are adopted. Would anybody from the public like to speak on this? Anybody from the public? Anybody from the public? Do I have a motion?
A motion that Article 7, substandard lots of record, Section 2B, the date should be amended from June 24th, 2024 to the date that these amendments are adopted.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing-
Yeah, what's the purpose of this?
It's because the date is erroneous, because these aren't in effect.
It preserves the lots that are being, so it preserves any lot that would be moved over to a non-conforming from not being forced to merge with an adjacent lot if you had two vacant lots. And so it basically preserves the rights of the owner freezes in time.
Thank you.
This should have been adopted when we did the R120. This is an error on our part.
So, two vacant lots, they would merge if,
But for this amendment,
got it.
so they can remain two separate lots, or read whatever it would be.
If they would have merged because of these amendments, or the R120 amendments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay. Next item I'll ask the public on is retail businesses of less than 20,000 square foot building footprint should be made permitted by right in the Village Commercial Zoning District under Article 4, Section 10, Item A. Anybody in the public like to speak on this? Would anybody in the public like to speak on this item? Anybody from the public? All right. Do I have a motion from the council?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to amend those items as I just read. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor? None opposed. Last item proposed by the planning board, commercial marina, quote-unquote, use should be added to the use table under Article 4, Section 9, Item N, and permitted by special use permit in the W1 and W2 zones, subject to the creation of performance standards and specific and objective special use criteria. Anybody from the public like to speak about commercial marinas? Anybody from the public? Anyone? Oh, Ms. French.
Yes. I'm asking that any commercial marina or dock require shore power, so that we do not have generators running 24 hours a day, especially all night long. And it is a normal and common use to ask for shore power.
Thank you. Was that noted?
Noted.
Wonderful. All right, anybody else from the public? Anybody else from the public? Okay. Do we have a motion on commercial marinas?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
So, to be clear for those at home, this would create commercial marina as a separate use, permitted in W1 and W2, and the planning board will create those specific standards and bring them back to us for further approval. Okay.
That won't take effect until you actually vote.
Right, you're referring commercial marina to the planning board to come up with standards, whatever they may be, for the W1, W2 zones.
This is not to be adopted tonight because it would be automatic as of 228, so this is just referring this to the planning board.
Okay.
Because it's a special use permit.
Okay. Any discussion? Counselor Camino.
Yes, so, am I correct in saying Section 9, service businesses, 17, page 17 and 18, is that where that fits in? Or page 18? Am I in the wrong?
Section 9, item N. Well, it's listed under the
Right. And,
general category, and then you gotta look through hold on a second.
well, it's not in there, it's gotta be, it's not in
Yeah.
there
It's not in
yet.
there.
But is that,
It's
is
Section 9.
Yeah.
that
it'll
the
be-
section that belongs in?
Oh, good question.
Service businesses.
Yes.
Services,
Yes.
That's where I have it drawn in, but I just want to make sure that's,
I looked at the uses in Section 9, service businesses, they seem to fit better than any other, but
Okay.
we'll certainly take any recommendations.
nope, do we have a definition for a commercial marina? I could not find.
We will.
We will have to create one.
We have to
You're gonna create it?
one.
Okay.
And again, we will have another bite at that apple.
Nope, that's fine.
This would have to be re-advertised, and so
Nope.
this is just referring to the planning board. Perfect.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay, get more work on your plate. Congratulations. All right, next item, I did ask the council to take a look. I specifically took notes and didn't want to tell you guys what I was thinking, so, all right. But we do have some items that the council has brought up that we would like to refer back to the planning board. So, with a vote, we're going to go up or down on all these items. We're going to start with Article 4, Section 15. This is the prohibited uses. And first one on the list would be brewery. So the motion here would be to refer this back to the planning board to ask for specific
To remove from the prohibited list.
Remove from the prohibited list.
Put it in the use table where appropriate.
Yep.
And if appropriate, have performance standards or specific and objective criteria.
Okay.
John, excuse me, are we on number 1 right here?
Yes, sir.
My list?
Yep.
Yeah,
All right, so-
can I just clarify something? So once we get done with this, we still gotta go back and do the others. We haven't done that yet. You realize that, right? You have to do Article 1, Article 2, Article 3.
Why don't we do Article 1 first then?
So we're back on the zoning code.
Article 1 is the
Article 1 exempts the town
definitions.
from the zoning ordinance.
Section 5 to exempt the town.
Only for governmental purposes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And that, yes, I know why we're doing that. Okay.
So the language is municipal uses, the town of Tiverton shall be exempt from all provisions of Appendix A zoning ordinance and Appendix B subdivision and land development regulations when the use is for a governmental function as opposed to a proprietary function.
And this is still open to the public, so I'm going to ask if any member of the public would like to speak on this item. Any member of the public? Any member of the public? None. Do we have a motion from the council?
I'd like to make a motion, Article 1, Section 5, to exempt the town from the zoning ordinance for governmental functions.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay, passes. Article 2, this is the definitions. Hooray.
Wait, tell me where to go.
All right, so
It would be,
This is page 4 through 22.
Yeah.
no, it's 4 through 22.
All the underlined language is new language. Most of this language is conforming to state law.
Yeah.
There are some new definitions that were added for clarification purposes.
And some new definitions that go with new uses that were added.
So this is, so when you go to the use table and there's when there, and the use is listed, you go back to the definition to see what that use really is.
Okay. Any member of the public like to speak on the definitions? Any member of the public?
I do have one
Yes.
question I spoke to Todd about. So we do have a definition of earth removal, which is different from the definition of earth removal that's in our earth removal ordinance. And I think they need to be consistent because it excludes granite. And so I think we have to make it consistent. So I would highly recommend that we adopt a motion that the earth removal definition conform to what's in the Code of Ordinances at 38-56.
Okay. Last time, any member of the public?
Yes. There is no definitions for marine manufacturing. There is no definition for processing or marine processing. There is no definition for industrial use of industry. I think there's none for fabrication. There is none for marine fabrication. There is none for marine storage. In fact, everything,
The rules of statutory
and when I brought it up
interpretation-
before, I've been told it would be an arbitrary decision made on the spot. But everything, I thought we were trying to get away from arbitrary decisions, and that's why special use permits are going to.
Mr. Romano, can you speak to this?
First of all, it'd be impossible to define every term. Secondly, we have rules of statutory interpretation, which will guide us in our reading of these uses. Thirdly, the zoning officer has certain discretion, and if he can't make the decision, it would be referred to the zoning board, excuse me.
In the absence of a definition, plain and ordinary language applies. That's the standard the court would use.
Counselor Comito.
If there's a description and interpretation of a definition, who has the authority, or where does that authority go to?
Zoning board, zoning officer,
Yeah,
you appeal to the zoning board, and ultimately a court.
okay. Thank you.
Any counselors?
And listen, they talk to Mike and I all the time. They're not making these decisions in a box.
So,
So if we're looking for a motion, the motion would be to approve Article 2, the definitions with the amendment to the earth removal definition to match the language in our earth removal ordinance.
set forth at 38-56.
at that number that the solicitor just said.
38-56. If that is the motion, I will move the motion.
Counselor Paul and Counselor Perry seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Making sure that she's all set. All right. It's a lot to write.
All in favor? Any opposed? None. Okay.
Well, let's vote on the definitions now as amended.
All right. So the next motion, Counselor Paul.
So motion to approve Article 2 definitions as amended.
Seconded by
Second.
Counselor Janik. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Motion passes. Okay, next item is Article 3, Section 1, to split the waterfront zone and add from the form-based code the zones of traditional Main Street, pedestrian-friendly designation, and neighborhood businesses.
So this portion of the zoning ordinance defines each district within the zoning code, begins with an R30 and goes all the way through the neighborhood business districts, so, and the water protection overlay district, which is a new, is that new? Not new, pre-existing, but this updates the districts that are in the town that you just voted on the zoning map.
Okay. Would any member of the public like to speak on these defined districts? Would it, Ms. French, just because we can't, well, not that we can't hear you, it's that the people watching at home wouldn't be able to hear you. So I want to make sure your points are heard. And I apologize for you having to sit in the back and then move all the way up front. But it appears that seat has been vacated, so you're more than welcome to
No,
it.
it's not that. I always sit in the back because the machine always made noise, but the machine isn't there.
No.
We moved it for you.
We thank the administrator.
Thank you. I just realized that. I wonder what, anyway.
Ms. French.
Definition O, Watershed Protection Overlay District. It says that there's an overlay, watershed protection for Nanaquaket, Stafford, let's see, watershed for Stafford Pond and Nanaquaket Pond. And there should be, since Mount Hope Bay is a watershed protection area, according to DEM, it should be listed in this area.
Okay. And thank you.
Thank you.
So, any other members of the public like to speak on these districts? Any other members of the public? Okay, hearing none. Motion would be to approve Article 3 definitions as amended.
Zoning districts, establishment of districts.
Establishment of districts as amended by the planning
As
board.
presented.
As presented by the planning board.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded by Counselor Perry. Motion by Counselor Janik. Any discussion? I have one. If Ms. French is correct, and there should be this Mount Hope watershed thing, Mount Hope Bay watershed thing.
It's not a district.
Okay, it's not a district, so, got
It
it.
wouldn't appear here. It could be somewhere else, but it's not a district.
All right. And I would just ask that you guys figure out what it is.
Thank
Thank you.
Actually, we do know what it is, and we have explained it to Ms. French on multiple occasions.
Okay.
But it doesn't, there isn't a place for it in our zoning code,
Okay.
based
So,
on what it is.
motions are made, seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed? No. Okay, Article 4. Okay, this is sections 1 through 13A, adding uses, removing uses, and renaming uses in the district table, further identifying which uses are permitted by right, special use permit, or not permitted. Incorporating the W1 and W2 waterfront zones, as well as the zones of traditional Main Street, pedestrian-friendly destination, and neighborhood business. Section 15 is amended to add quote-unquote recycling center. So before we
Page by page, or it's up to you.
whatever pleases the council. I do know that some of us have looked at some of these items. So,
Can we just, for orderly purposes, can we start with?
Yes.
Section 2, residential uses and goods co. If there are no changes, we can
Motion.
Yeah. We'll make a motion first, but let's go through to see if they've got any changes, and then we'll have a public hearing.
All right, so do we have any changes? You know what, let's start with residential uses. Any member of the public like to speak about Section 2 residential uses? Any member of the public? Any member of the public? Hearing none. Any motions from the council? For Section 2, specifically in Article 4. Which proceeds until page 5.
What, we have discussion?
Yep, discussion or motion?
So the discussion, residential, section 2 residential uses, 2-family dwelling and 3-family dwellings.
Where are you?
First page.
I see.
Page 1. R120 is not permitted?
That isn't a change that was here. They weren't permitted in the R80 zone either before, so when the R120 was changed
it.
from R80, it was never changed. And
It's, yeah, I mean, in the old one, it's permitted in the R60.
No, multifamily.
2-family dwelling, I said, permitted.
In the R20, Mr. Meadow?
No, so, right
Yeah,
here, it's,
R60.
in the new table, it's not permitted, I'm sorry, you are correct. Why wouldn't we allow it in a R120 zone, I guess, is what I'm asking? Is there a
2 and
particular?
3-family dwellings.
Yeah,
We didn't propose any changes to the residential zones with this set of zoning. Any changes from the previous use table to anything that you're seeing in there would have been passed as part of the conservation development that was before the board, and so none of the residential districts, we didn't propose any residential changes with this set.
So what you're telling us is that residential changes could be proposed in a future meeting?
Will be proposed.
Will be proposed.
The zoning revision committee has not gone all the way through all of the residential districts, so we haven't put anything before you from the zoning, that was generated at the zoning revision committee for those residential districts. It's still to be discussed.
all right, so you guys are gonna go through all
Yes.
that? and-
yes, and just so you know, when the R120 was changed, the only thing that was changed was the minimum lot size. We didn't change all of the uses that were in the R80,
Yep.
just became R120. We didn't, we only changed the lot size, not any of the uses.
The change to that district in the use table literally consisted of striking out the
80.
R80 at the top, just striking the 80 and putting in 120 in its place, and everything underneath it was untouched.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, just quick, just ask a question? So, under the 3-family dwellings, R30, R60, you have a special use permit, right? Carlin, that was under the old law as well. Do you have objective and specific criteria for those?
Not that we've brought to you yet, no.
Oh, this would be, as of February 28th, these will be permitted as a matter of right.
Yeah.
Just so you understand that.
Right.
I'm sorry.
So my understanding is, according to your letter,
Yeah.
some of these uses, I still have to go back to review to be corrected, right? So,
So there are uses that were special use permits in the remaining zones: general commercial, highway commercial, industrial, residential, and yes, village commercial too, although that one's little. So you got the first 5 uses today, right? You're looking at where we've sorted out the special use permit issue for those 5 zones. We still have to come back to you with the other 5 zones. We are meeting in, I can't remember what it is, February 20th something, where we're gonna put the final touches on general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial, so we can bring those back to you. You'll probably get them sometime in March if Mr. President lets us come back. And yeah, never.
Never
And then-
again.
Listen, if you think you guys are having fun, you could have come to all our meetings for the last year and a half, because it's been about this much fun. And then after that, we'll come back to you with residential.
so it's almost counterproductive to go through all these.
I think what
You've got a deadline.
Yeah.
You got a deadline of February 28th for things that were,
So if we approve them today, but they can come back.
right, I just want to make it very clear.
So,
Right, that's why I brought it up, Mike, because.
right. Where there's an S, and there's no objective criteria, as of February 28th, they become a permitted use as a matter of right.
So if you get a permit in that time frame,
Right.
and then it gets changed,
You're okay, you're grandfathered in.
that's what I'm saying. So we're opening, we have a quick opening here where a developer can come in and just,
I can't speak to why we aren't, I can't speak to that, we don't have this
It
criteria.
is not allowed right now,
Tell us to make it not permitted.
not permitted
your
until
amendment.
they come back.
We could do that, I mean, we have to go through every one, I don't know which,
I don't think we missed that.
I think that you're finding that the multifamily one was probably something that was in there that was just not switched over.
But that's not a change. It's not a change we advertised. We didn't advertise for S to an N.
No, we advertise for Ns to Ss in certain instances. So, for instance,
This is making it more restrictive.
convalescent, rest, or nursing homes now become, February 28th, permitted by right in R60 and R40, if there's no,
February 20 meeting, we will get specific objective criteria completed.
and this will be on our agenda for the 24th.
No,
Won't be
it has to be
advertised. Won't
3
be
months.
advertised.
It'll be advertised in time.
That's the conundrum already. Well, for some of them, we're gonna make the deadline, some of them we're not.
So why didn't you make us vote for deadline?
That's probably the.
Yeah, why don't we, why didn't we move the deadline?
Set the deadline about the recommendation of the planning board.
right, it's my understanding we can extend that also.
We could.
Is that a good or
You're
bad?
getting on tenuous ground if you keep continuing.
I know,
Because it's
we-
been since like October was the first deadline.
Yep.
And that was even 10 months after we were supposed to have this.
So no disrespect,
Yeah.
I've been 2 weeks
I know.
trying to study this and learn as much as I can about this, and it's very, very difficult. According to, I wanted to speak
I think it's
earlier.
difficult, Mr.
Right, I wanted to speak earlier when Mike hit the nail on the head with the state forced these changes, and now we're stuck here as a body. The incredible work that the planning, that they did, I feel like I can't even give it a fair shake, because one, I've had 2 weeks to look at it, it's very confusing, and I'm trying to get whatever we can passed, knowing that we have a time frame. But at the same time, I would love to table everything and do it, I don't want to say the right way, because I don't want to say we're doing it the wrong way, but this is difficult.
Give some more time.
Well, you have till the 28th, so you could have a meeting between now and the 28th, to
Right.
take time to look at the stuff and go through it.
The
You can
24th.
table this, you can table the table.
It's just so much, I have
Yeah.
3 pages of uses that I didn't even mention in my
Yep.
agenda item that,
So Counselor Camino, may I ask you a question? Are those uses in waterfront zone, main road? They are. So they're not in the other zones?
the stuff that you did with the waterfront and the water too, I'm ready for all that stuff. I think it's great. I think we should move forward with it. But how do I break that out of my chop, right? How do I break it out so I do the right thing by the planning board?
Okay, so if you're gonna ask what our recommendation would be to focus on the zones that we've given you that we're, what?
You have to do all of them.
Right, but, yes, but we're not gonna get through all the, we're not gonna get through all the.
It's late, we're gonna
love
make hasty errors, it's late at night.
So I'm going to ask for a motion to continue Article 3, I'm sorry, not Article 3, Article 4 to the February 24th meeting.
So moved.
Oh, sorry.
They came.
Before we do this, any member of the public like to speak on any of the table items?
We've been waiting to speak to Mr. Comito's amendment.
To be honest with you, I'm gonna remove it, if that helps you.
Which one, to be clear?
The
See
motocross,
that happen, please?
yes.
We're not on that on the agenda
No,
yet.
well,
No,
Yeah.
we get there.
We get there.
yeah.
Yeah, this is just the use tables.
I'd like to, I think that the single-family homes on Main Road, and it would be nice if they could, right now, they're only allowed in the neighborhood business zone, but they're not allowed in traditional Main Street or pedestrian-friendly, in which there are homes in both of those districts. And they should be allowed. People, these small houses that were houses have been turned into commercial properties that everybody thinks are ugly and have no parking, make better homes than businesses. And I don't know why people can't return to these homes and live in them. Also, there are mixed-use apartments on Main Road where the front is residential above, commercial in front, but there's a small apartment in the back. And people want to be able to use or rent out or have people live in that small apartment in the back with the commercial in front, and we won't allow that. So what we're doing is when we have a residential housing shortage, and we're not allowing
So-
uses of our residential places. And that would be under mixed use and single-family homes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the motion would be to continue Article 4 tables to February 24th, correct, Mr. Solicitor?
Yeah, unless we want to do 5, 6, 7, and 16 as well.
What is the pleasure of the council? Start here and finish with 7C,
They're kind of
continue?
related, right? You got special
Okay.
use criteria for some of the stuff. So.
Can you say that again, please?
I'm
5?
suggesting that it's late. You guys have some legitimate questions. Todd and I have been getting questions all day. I think you should continue this public hearing, not closed, to the
Okay.
24th. Gives everyone time to look at it a little bit more carefully and
But we'll be
contact
able
them.
to do, but Craig will be able to talk on his.
They'll talk on
Yes.
his things, that's a different issue altogether.
Okay, so, looking for a motion to continue the remainder of 7C and the public hearing to the February 24th meeting.
So moved, that was the one I made before.
Oh, you made it already? Sorry,
Yeah, she came up and talked to me.
my apologies, Counselor Paul, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion's made and seconded by Counselor Perry. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor? Okay, so we will pick this up on the 24th.
Not too far off, we're just gonna get.
My apologies.
No, I mean, listen, we realize that it's a lot, you know, and it's kind of like we pulled the zoning code apart and we started updating the zoning code, and then all these state law changes came through, and it was like, you know.
We're not criticizing.
Nope.
No,
not
I-
at all.
No, absolutely not. We just want to,
This is a
do
lot.
it right.
So you guys hit the nail on the head. How many meetings did you have?
20.
Well, we had 29 zoning
You guys had
update
29
committees,
meetings.
And then we've had probably just a little over 30 planning board meetings.
And to be honest with you, I've been watching an awful lot of meetings going back to try to get caught up to see what's going on, and
Crazy.
I know, but you gotta do it to try to make,
Well,
Okay.
because later on, down the road, we'd be like, oh, we didn't catch that, and now we've got a crematorium going up.
Okay,
So,
so,
We don't have a crematorium.
no,
do not.
You know what I'm saying.
will you guys be able to attend on the 24th? All right. Thank you.
Maybe. Are you going to do?
We are going to get this done on the 24th because the deadline's the
Are you
28th.
Are you doing Mr. Counselor Comito's items tonight or on the 24th?
Nope, we're gonna push that all to everything from the use tables forward is
No.
continued.
They want to be heard.
That's not what we voted on. We voted on the articles getting continued, the rest of the stuff.
We did
That was the
4,
motion
5,
anyways.
6, 7, and 16. That's what we moved to the 24th. Mr. Comito has things that he was going to propose that the planning board, again, this is not an operative tonight. So
Okay.
the planning board will look at, that's next on the agenda.
That's punted, and we just need to pick up.
And that's what the
All right.
people in the back would like to be heard on.
Well, we did commercial marine already, so. All right, so Counselor Comito, do you have any?
well, yeah, I mean, at your request, I put a little list
Yep.
of some uses together here that I think in most cases would be good for the town if we're trying to build, you know, a waterfront and get some business in. So, you know, the breweries, distilleries, you know, if we have the right area for a golf course,
So to be,
camping, recreation, and stuff like that, I think is stuff that we should have in the town. Now, I know there's some people here to talk about the motocross, ATV, terrain stuff. My ration behind that is that I personally know a lot of youth that like to ride motorcycles and ATVs. Doing more research, I did realize that where it's operating right now is a residential zone. So I'm not necessarily saying that's the best place for it, but I don't know if we have a place in town where we could put it, or where it could change to another zone, or another area, or somewhere. That's why I have it here. It's not to, disrespect any of the people in that area, but it's just another thing that the youth like to do, and I think it's important, but I'm willing to take it off because it is in the R120 zone.
So if it would please the council, since we have them listed, perhaps we can go through one by one motion, up or down.
All right. So, just to be clear, these are proposed uses that we're not adopting tonight. The only thing we're asking is that they be referred to the planning board to come up with, now you're the legislative body, you're telling the planning board that you're interested in these uses. If you get a majority of the voters, you want to see these uses, you're waiting for the you will consider the recommendation of the planning board as to where these uses should go, and if there's going to be special use permit or performance criteria. But this is just preliminary, because we still got to wait for the planning board to come back. If we did it here, if we did it ourselves, we wrote these amendments ourselves, we refer to the planning board anyway.
Yes, that's
So,
what I'm looking at.
right, so that's how we're doing.
So, for clarification, if we're gonna go one by one, up or down, it would be a motion to refer item whatever.
Right, so for
back
instance,
to the planning board.
for consideration to include in the use table.
Okay. Got it? So, I'm just gonna run right through the list and we'll up or down them.
Each one's going to vote
Will
separately.
there be
Separately.
discussion?
Yeah, of course.
We can do just, yeah. So, first one I'm looking for is a motion to refer to the planning board for inclusion in the use table with performance criteria or whatever, breweries.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
All right, motion made in second. Any discussion?
I do have a big discussion about some of these that are gonna require a lot of water.
Stick to breweries.
Breweries.
All right, so brewery is one of them. It's gonna require a lot of water. I still don't think that we have definite answers from either water district, whether they can handle the approved, things, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, the approved developments. Breweries take in use a lot of water.
How much water did I use?
I checked with someone I know that owns a brewery, and he didn't give me an exact amount.
We
but-
don't know.
Well, I think this needs to be looked at more. And also, this goes into the sewer. There's a lot of waste that go in. So it'd have to be in a certain area. It couldn't be where we have where there's septic.
Correct.
So-
Well,
Of course not.
not necessarily.
Right, but
So, question
I
for,
just have I don't know.
A brewery could be a microbrewery, a gastro brewery, it could be a massive conglomerate like Anheuser-Busch. So
Why
I
do you
think,
want a brewery?
I like beer.
Because it'd be
I
great
think the
on the
town likes
waterfront.
beer. I mean, I
If we're
think
trying to develop a waterfront,
Portsmouth has a brewery, Westport has a brewery, Fall River has 4 or 5 breweries. I mean, that's why. You know?
Counselor Paul.
Miss Hilton, thank you, sorry. It is getting late. So, for example, because I've heard this plenty of times,
Yeah.
this gets approved and a brewery wants to come in, they gotta get a water certificate.
Yes, but hang on a second. So, first of all, we didn't do this completely in a vacuum.
No, I know.
Based on where it is, we did talk with North Tiverton, and we did talk to them about, for now, until we get to the bottom of the water situation in Tiverton, leaving the high water users off the list. Because it's kind of a choice, right? You might be able to have 5 or 6 other businesses for what that one business is going to use in water. And it's possible, depending on the size of it, that they won't get water. And, we're trying to make Tiverton more business-friendly, and we're trying to get away from the reputation of it's hard to do business in Tiverton. So if you put things on your use table that are not likely to be able to actually do, that doesn't help, because somebody looks and says, oh, well, hey, I could open a brewery in Tiverton. And then they get a real estate agent, and then they come over here, and they're looking at land, and they're doing all this, until finally they get to the point where the water department says, we can't give you water. Like, that doesn't help our reputation. So we put these on the list as not noses forever, but we know that right now, and there is a project going on, and as a matter of fact, Ashley and I met with the administrator just before this meeting to talk about this. There is a project to try and get to how much water do we have available, and you know, with all these developments and all this other stuff to work with the water district. So our suggestion was leave the high water users off until we know what we have, because we don't want to either lead people to think they can come here and do this and then they find out they can't, or, you know, you might have certain high-end retail businesses, right, that are gonna build really nice buildings and they're gonna assess for a lot, but they're gonna use hardly any water versus just, you know, one other business. It's kinda your call, but that was the recommendation.
Well,
for
ice
now.
rinks are left off here, and they use a lot of water. Ice rinks, ice skating rinks.
So.
Why is that one left off? And breweries is
We
not.
tried to do everything we could.
Okay.
I mean,
I mean the question with all due respect. You're saying high water usage companies aren't gonna be allowed, but there's a few missing here that are very
So-
obvious that maybe should be on there.
well, I mean, we might have missed some. Counselor DiMederos is also right. The other thing is we would have to check with the wastewater district, because breweries actually discharge.
A ton of effluent.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's actually considered industrial effluent, not like regular effluent, so.
Counselor Camino.
Yeah, so I guess the brewery, some of this stuff, to my point, is all I've been hearing for the last month or so, since I've been paying attention, getting involved with all the zoning stuff, is that we don't have water to do anything in the town, right? So either we gotta get the information and solve the water problem and stop using it as an excuse to build in Tiverton. I can't hear it anymore, I can't listen. If we talk to the water districts, they say we have plenty of water and that our infrastructure is the issue. And if it is the infrastructure, then we need to somehow, I know we talked about it earlier, but either somehow we have to stop building it or put it together, because we can't just stop building in Tiverton, or bringing business in, which is what we need, a business-based tax. We can't just say no to everything because we have a water issue.
So
We
I just,
gotta figure it out.
Think we have a water
Or we
issue.
think we have a water issue.
so I would like to just state, because I understand the position that the planning board took, my thought
I
on this
understand
is, I guess, along the similar lines, because if we ask you to develop performance criteria and, you know, where we're allowed to do these things, and then what your recommendation is, their recommendation might say, hey, here's the performance criteria, we don't think you should do it. The bottom line is that the planning board will look at it, they will come back to us with those at a certain date in the future. Do we have to specify the time frame? No?
I mean, you should, because, you want to be focused on this, but I know they got other things to do. And
So-
by the way,
so-
can I just be clarification? One of the criteria for master plan approval preliminary, is the adequacy of water, right? That's one of the things you guys have to consider under the state statute. So whether you have enough water or not, it's an issue. It's gonna be decided anyway at the master preliminary plan stage, at least the master plan. So this is only asking them to look at it, make a recommendation, and come back.
So my thought process here is, if we think in the future, water aside, that this would be something that we would like to allow in Tiverton, why not start with the work now, so that if in 6 months, a microbrewery wants to set up shop in the industrial park, then we're already, we're already started down that process to make it be something that's allowed. That's my thought. So,
The public hearing is still open, right?
is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. French?
My question is we couldn't have the Hicks property go back to residential because, God forbid, they're going to build 500 homes there at any moment. But those 500 homes could use more water than a microbrewery. And what's better than a microbrewery using well water? And, we can have as much business as we want in Tiverton because we have lots of water that you can use by wells. In fact, we have so much water in North Tiverton that's under the ground, it would probably be good to dig some wells and suck up some of that water so that we stop having people basements flooded. So the theory that you can't have some business because of water, then the whole decision on the Hicks property is totally wrong, because we
Just-
don't have enough water
okay.
for 500 homes any more than we have enough water for a brewery, or maybe we do. But the thing is that it shouldn't be used for fear mongering like it is being
Thank you.
used. Every time we don't like something, we go, but you'll have 500 homes built there next week. Oh my.
So, any other members of the public like to speak on this? Mr. Burke?
Very briefly. And I'm not a water expert, so I'm not going to pretend to be a water expert. But in the conversations that I've had with the planning board members from previously, I think their rationale for putting all these things down as not permitted at this point was sound. We know we need more time. We had a ton of work to do on everything else. We prioritized the items that needed to be prioritized, and there were some we just knew we would not get to. I mean, I like beer. I'd love a brewery. I like O'Brien and Brow over behind Pivotal Brewery, the distillery. And I'd love to see them come here. But at this point in time, we just need the time to work on a bunch of these things that are listed here. Because I know there are other things here that some folks don't want to see in town. So, thank you.
Mr. Solicitor, what would be an appropriate time frame for these, if we vote to send them back?
6 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
I mean, listen, the priority needs to be those special use permits.
Yep.
And that use table that we already have.
okay,
So that needs to be the priority.
okay, so at least 6 months gives us some room. So, any further discussion on the brewery item to ask the planning board? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay,
Take it all for a beer.
there it is.
Not in Tiverton.
Next item the councilor committee put forward.
Do you want to go right to the distillery, or you want to,
Just go right in line.
all right, so at campgrounds,
So the motion is the same motion we made for the brewery, insert campgrounds. By Mr. Comito.
yes, my motion is to insert campgrounds.
Do we have a,
Right now, your motion is to ask the planning board.
Ask the planning board
To
Yep.
make recommendations
Make
as to
recommendations.
the inclusion of the campgrounds into the use table.
So
Okay.
can you combine that with the tent and recreational vehicles, camping,
I think you want to vote on it one at a time. It's up to you.
one at a time? Okay.
okay, do we have a
Does
second?
Councilor
Second.
Hayden have to recuse himself?
I do,
He will.
and I'm
so-
going to. Counselor Hayden recuses himself from this subject.
Okay. Just as a matter of course, I think we want you to step away from the table, that way there's
Slide
no.
back, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, perfect. Okay,
You need to fill out a recusal
No,
form
you
with
can
clerks.
listen.
all right, motion, do I have a second? Second. All right, motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? 2, all right. Come on back, Counselor Hayden.
6
months. 6 months is the timeline for all of this.
Mr. President.
Yes.
On that particular one, could we please sometime, when you have a chance, have a discussion about what this means?
Yes.
Because campgrounds is a really broad thing. That's everything from tents in the ground all the way to, and honestly, we have so much going on right now, we don't want to spend a lot of time coming up with something that gets back to you and you say, that's not what we wanted.
Yeah, we wanted
So-
yurts.
Yeah, okay, so if we need some more direction and scope on that.
Okay, so 6 months, if you guys need more time, yeah,
Ask the questions. Send an email to the council president, and we'll get you more information.
beautiful. Okay, next item,
Can I
distillery.
contribute to any of that, or
No.
I have to stay out of that completely? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Counselor Comito, distilleries.
Again, I'll make the motion to
You have the language?
send it back to the planning board to,
Second.
Okay, motion by Counselor Comito, seconded by Counselor Hayden. Any further discussion?
Can
Counselor
we
Janik.
define what a distillery
That's part of
is?
the planning board process.
Yep,
What do they do?
they make
alcohol,
Liquor, right?
whiskey,
Beer.
vodka,
Not
beer.
rum,
Non-beer, yeah.
spirits.
Yes, spirits, that's,
Not wine.
yes, not wine. That would be a vineyard,
Hard liquor.
okay.
Hard liquor. Bourbon.
Motion's made, seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Counselor Comito. Next item is golf course.
Golf course or a golf club. I think there could be some good areas in town where we could use one of these. So again, I would like to send it back to the planning board.
Same
to see-
motion.
Same motion.
Same motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's made in second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Motocross, alternate vehicles venue for driving races. I'd like to remove this off my list. Although I do think it's a good thing that we could have in the town, but I would like to remove it because of the area that we're in right now with litigation going on, and
Okay,
I would just like to remove it.
so skipping that. Tent
Table,
or,
let's just table it, so it's the residents realize that it's tabled, because it have to be voted to take off the table, so.
Okay. I'd like a motion to table it.
okay, good. Motion made, seconded. Any discussion?
No discussion on motion
No
to
discussion. All right, all in favor?
Thank you.
Okay. Next item was tent or recreational vehicle.
Right, RV camp, and I'd like to make a motion, to put that back on for review by the planning.
Okay.
I'm
Do I have
gonna
a second?
recuse myself again on this one.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Okay, motion's made in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? 2.
And the recycle.
Recycle center.
I think the recycling center was, I think it was taken care
Yes.
of earlier on with the motion, or, so I guess that can be removed also.
If you're looking for municipal, if
No,
you're looking
yeah,
for
we-
commercial use.
Yeah, you adopted a municipal
Oh,
recycling, not a,
sorry,
not a
yes.
private.
Right, so the commercial, the reason why I had this, I didn't know if this affected,
Yes.
right, so I would like to keep that and send that back to, same,
Recycling center.
As it relates to,
We may be doing this on our own from our side because of
Okay.
that C&D stuff, but send it back to the planning board, we might come up with our own criteria before they do.
okay.
all right, so motion made, seconded by Counselor Perry. Any further discussion? Counselor Janik?
Are we talking non-municipal?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Mr. Solicitor, which item on the prohibited uses pertains specifically to gas stations?
Oh, it's listed. Yeah, Committee's got number 2.
Well, this is still on section 15.
So my recommendation is because it wasn't listed on the agenda, we listed some, if you want to add this to the list, we put it back on. you know,
Okay,
So.
so we'll put it on for the next
just-
meeting.
yeah.
Okay,
If anyone else has any others, get it to us before the next meeting.
Wait, can I,
What's the date you need that
We're not
by?
gonna I don't think we should discuss it because it's not even on the agenda.
next Tuesday.
may I just ask a question here? I realize that the zoning code is, for some of the counselors, is fairly new, but when we presented you these districts, honestly, we thought you were gonna review these districts, and that's what was gonna happen, not open up the whole zoning code, because we're trying the best we can to get through all the workload that we have. And so it's a little hard for us to be taking these other uses, right, that aren't necessarily related to these districts. Because the mindset when you go through these things is you think about them on a district-wide basis. That's the way you get your brain to work when you make these decisions. So I might ask that we attack these, or you think about these on a district-wide level. We're gonna bring you another set of districts and think about what's in there, but not necessarily everything in the zoning code, because it's really hard for us as a board to keep our mind wrapped around, we're making decisions about districts right now. That's how we focus. And when it's all over the map, that's how you forget things, or you lose the context, or you make a mistake. It would be really helpful for us if we could do it that way.
Maybe we should approve these in smaller bites than by district instead of
Well-
93 pages of stuff that we can't digest
it
in
comes
2
down to
weeks, you know?
time again, right?
Just with all respect, I just say that totally respectfully, but it's just too much.
Again,
And-
73 pages because of the interrelation between everything. You have the district use table with specific and objective criteria listed in Article 15 at the back, and performance standards listed in Article 10. So
I understand that,
it's all
but the
together.
town and the community does not understand it yet. They do not understand it yet, so that is why we are voicing our concerns through this meeting.
It's extremely difficult to just amend one section of the zoning ordinance, because there's almost nothing in the zoning ordinance that when you touch it, there's not a domino effect into other sections. So we're trying to group these the best that we can and prevent those like unintended consequences from going further into the zoning ordinance, but it's really difficult to draw lines around these sections that then don't somehow impact other sections, and the group that you have in front of you wasn't supposed to come to you this way. It's been issues with a deadline, it's been an advertising problem that happened, and so it's a culmination of all of this just kind of got squeezed into one package in front of you. We tried to break this up the best that we can, but to Tricia's point, like, this is becoming unmanageable from from where we're standing. It's becoming very difficult to remember what's getting changed and how that affects another. So just please be conscious of that we are trying our best to draw lines around this and keep it contained, but it's becoming much harder to manage as we get further into the zoning ordinance.
But in fairness, I'm sorry.
Mr. President.
Yes.
I appreciate all the work that you people have done over a year and a half, probably, if not longer. We've only been on the council for 2 months. Mr. Camino and I have been in constant communication on zoning issues and what's been changed. I've never received so many phone calls about what's going on in zoning, not only from the residents, but people on your committees have been calling and saying, hey, Dave, I don't understand what's going on. People from your own committees have been calling and saying, I don't understand what's going on, and giving us information, and then I pass it along to Craig, and we talk about it, and that's why he has such a large list. I'm not doing much speaking because Craig has everything. But we're getting calls from people from your own committees. So this is very important, and they don't know, they don't understand it. So if they don't understand it, how do you expect us to understand it?
Mr. Solicitor.
So I just want to add, so, thank you for that. So the other issue is the planning board in making these recommendations made some policy decisions. They made some policy decisions on, for instance, gas stations. They made a policy decision to exclude churches from the village commercial zone. Those are policy decisions that only that's your right to make those recommendations, but they need to understand that, and they are getting their constituents' calls for these things. So it's their ultimately decision, and I know you guys are faced with a deadline, and a lot of different issues came up. But the fact of the matter is, there were policy decisions that were made that they're trying to understand and they're trying to grapple with it now, and they're getting the pushback from it. So, the ultimate policy decision is made by the legislative body, not by the planning board, and I think that's what they're trying to fight back on.
Mr. President.
Councilor Camino.
So, Trish, I think I've spent hours talking to you about this stuff and trying to understand it, and I totally appreciate the work that you guys are doing. But it comes down to, like you said, the package that had to get delivered to us. And as much as I agree with all the Water 1 and Water 2 and all the changes, I tried to ask earlier, how do we vote, or how do I vote to get all that stuff through so we can get it aside? And then, like you said in your letter, you were gonna go, the group is gonna go work on all the different, right? So, I mean, there's just so much to it, and I'm trying to, understand it all, and at the same time, understand your deadlines. But I still don't get a definite answer on deadlines, because they're self-imposed deadlines where some things are automatically gonna turn over, which, I mean, we've proved tonight that some things are automatically gonna, I just don't think we can pick and choose what's gonna turn over and what's not gonna turn over. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly to you, but it's difficult to vote a whole package through when there's just so many changes. So that's where I am with it.
Councilor Camino, would you be amenable to holding the amendments to Article 4, Section 6 to the 24th?
Sure.
Okay.
Would that be a motion or?
Without objection.
Without objection. Love it. So we can pick this back up when it's not 11 o'clock at night.
You guys are just as exhausted as we are, but thank you.
We only just have one
Thank you.
last thing on the horse stables.
Yeah, but,
We're gonna do that
Move to the 224.
together.
Does that just move to 224, the horse
yep.
stable?
Horse stables, 224. Okay, buckle up, it's rocket docket time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For all of your work. And patience.
And the public hearing is continued to 224 as well. All right, so, item A, mega disposal presentation, that will be back on the 224 agenda. 8B, already done. I'd like to entertain a motion for 8C and 8D, Fire Chief Bailey, discussion and possible vote to approve funding to advertise RFP to replace exterior trim gutters and downspouts at Station 3 on Crandall Road, as well as the RFP to replace the roof at Station 2 on Main Road.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion's made and seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion
Counselor Camino.
on the roof.
Yes.
So I understand the roof isn't that old. And, I mean, how many leaks are we talking?
So we've had a couple of significant rainstorms. We actually tried to do a emergency repair a year ago. There was water definitely leaking in, pretty significant, and there's been the possibility that maybe it was an improper installation. I don't know, this was before my time, but obviously it's the council's prerogative on that RFP. We don't have funding for it. I just wanted to be ready to go in the event that you could do maybe emergency funding or the next round of gaming. It's a town asset, the building.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? None opposed? Okay, next item, Fire Chief Bailey, discussion and possible vote to approve and purchase of one additional AED and wall cabinet for front foyer of Station 2. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Counselor Paul, seconded by Counselor Perry and Counselor Hayden. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, where
Counselor
would the
DiMederos.
money come from?
Within the budget?
Is it in the budget?
So we, you had allocated $21,000 to us to purchase 7 for the vehicles. Well, with the credits that we got on some of the ones that we turned in, we only spent $16,913, which left us a balance of $4,086, and the total cost for this automated external defibrillator with the cabinet would be $2,634. So we would still be within that allocated money.
Wonderful. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Thank.
Oh, sorry. Counselor
Chief,
Camino, do you have
Chief, hang on
something?
one
I
second.
did have something.
Oh.
So if there was enough to buy two, why don't we put one at Station 3? If there was money left over to buy,
Well, I don't think there's only $1,000 difference, so he's
Oh,
short,
well,
he's short
Won't be a
another.
little
But the
bit
motion
short
don't
there,
have one
but
anyway.
The motion, yeah, there was only one on the agenda, but
Get that one next time.
Mr. President, can we move item K up while the chief is here?
yes. Without objection, I'd like to move item K up to right now, which is Counselor Paul, recognition of fire department response to fire at historic Nanaquaket Road home. Counselor Paul.
So as everyone is aware, there was a fire down on Nanaquaket a couple weeks back, a series of fires that Tiverton's had. In this particular case, it was a very large historic home, and I'll let the chief speak as far as the circumstances as to that morning when that call came in, but I think it's due to the fire department that they did a fantastic job, and we owe them some gratitude for saving a historic home, so.
So first, I'd like to say thank you for recognizing the firefighting efforts that occurred that day. Just a little bit of background on that fire was January 23rd at 2:32, we received a call for a report of a roof on fire at 575 Nanaquaket Road. What's important to note was Rescue 1 and Rescue 2 were handling simultaneous EMS calls at that time. So what does that mean? Our staff of 7 on the shift, we were down 4 firefighters. Our response was going to be Car 3, which is a shift commander, and Engine 3 with an officer and a firefighter. Fortunately, this fire occurred during the daytime when our full-time daytime staff was in. Deputy Chief Ferreira made an exceptional call. He directed the fire marshal and training captain to bring ladder 2 to the scene because we were getting reports of a confirmed active roof fire. While en route, we requested a tanker task force because of the lack of hydrants. When the shift commander got on the scene, he had heavy smoke and he had fire breaking through at the peak. He transmitted a second alarm and subsequently a third alarm to bring in additional crews. This was classic locate, confine, and extinguish. We stretched one line to the interior, we found the attic access, and then a lineup over the ladder, and we worked back and forth doing interior, exterior, and confined the fire. So it was an exceptional effort.
Beautiful. Fantastic, and again,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, discussion and possible vote to approve Council Resolution 2025-0004, appropriating funds from the casino special revenue account as discussed at the 1/27/2025 meeting.
so moved.
So, motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, just for those at home, this is solidifying what we did at 1/27. Any discussion? Counselor Janik?
Just on the district-wide school HVAC.
Yes.
I know this was for high school and for Fort Barton. Did they determine there were needs for Fort Barton?
There
I
are,
mean,
there are needs at Fort Barton, yes.
I know that Ranger also has some needs too. I don't know if that was discussed. I didn't see it in the minutes. I wasn't at the last meeting.
It wasn't. We gave them $100,000 though to fix the heating problem. It was
For-
$60,000 extra, I believe,
Yep.
or something, so they should have adequate funds to.
Well, we'd have to reallocate.
Except that it says district-wide school.
Yep,
Yeah, because there was multiple schools that.
We allocated 40 reimbursement with an additional 60 to fix the rest of it. So.
yep.
So that should get all of them then?
Well,
It better.
I think if there's an issue at Ranger, they ought to come back to us.
Right.
They did not, in the minutes, it did not discuss Ranger, but I know that I've heard that there are issues at Ranger.
They didn't say anything about Ranger,
They
so.
said,
I
they
mean,
said Ranger at a subsequent school committee meeting,
Not here in front of.
but not in front of us. Here it was Fort Barton and the high school
Okay,
that
so
we
they should come in
appropriated the
front
money.
of us.
The language is district-wide, so if there is an issue at Ranger, then they have the money, they better get it done.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Not asking.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay, none opposed. Discussion and possible vote to approve ordinance amendment, posting, and public hearing regarding the number of Class A retail liquor licenses. This is to advertise for Class A liquor licenses.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion been made, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay. Interim Town Administrator, discussion and possible vote. We're going to take this one after exec, correct?
Not this one,
Okay.
Mr. President. This is the one that, as you know, Mrs. Sullivan was already evaluated. This was talked about in executive.
Yep.
The fiscal impact should be part of your backup. It is just to improve the fiscal impact, so she can get a pay raise.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to ratify the proposed fiscal impact statement for Administrative Assistant Mary Lou Sullivan, effective 2/10/25.
Second.
Motion made second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
This second one will be held till after executive, sir.
Okay. Discussion and possible vote to give town clerk authority and control over the town council budget line item 1020-6954, advertising ordinances for advertising RFPs without the need for prior town council approval.
So moved.
I have a motion from Counselor Janik. Do I have a second? Seconded by Counselor Paul. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Just to clarify what that is, yeah, thank you. A lot of these casino votes that we're taking, we could take the extra step of saying and subsequent RFPs, but we haven't been doing that. So they've been delayed to come back to us for RFPs, so this eliminates that.
Yep.
We approve it, she sends it out.
Do we get to view the RFP before it gets sent out, or does that just go right
We
to?
approve the funds.
We approve
Okay.
the funds. Yep.
Okay, so we're in a vote, I think.
Yep, so, all in favor? None opposed. Okay.
Hopefully that helps you out,
Next item,
Joan.
interim town administrator update on road hazard ice accumulation issue on Bulgarmarsh Road / Route 177.
Thank you, Mr.
Administrator.
President. So if the Vice President doesn't mind, I'm going to defer to him, because he was actually the one that brought this to our attention based on constituent complaints that were being posted online, and then we had the conversation. So I'll yield my time to the Vice President.
Beautiful. So pretty much it was a point of clarification and the fact that we got something significant handled. The point of clarification being, a lot of people out there were under the misconception that the town and the state were doing nothing about this water issue on Bulgarmarsh at Intel. That couldn't be further from the truth. We've been in contact with the state. The administrator's been in contact with the state. We were all being told that this was groundwater. Stonebridge was saying that they tested it several times and came back negative for chlorine. The particular morning in question, or afternoon in question, there was a Facebook post. I had also gotten a text about 2 minutes or 3 minutes after that Facebook post. I said, well, I pretty much had enough of this. Contacted a supervisor over at DOT that I'm friends with, contacted the administrator. We all met down there. Water was tested initially, came back negative for chlorine. We called in for a second test from Public Works. It came back positive for chlorine. Called in a third test just to be sure, positive for chlorine. Called in a fourth test to be really sure, positive for chlorine. But I really wanted to point out the collaborative effort between the town, the administrator, DOT supervisors, DPW, Stonebridge Water, and even North Tiverton Water was called in as well. So it was a collaborative effort. We all agreed that there's no way that this is groundwater. Something's going on here. It became a significant hazard for that corner there. In some cases, that ice was 18 inches past the fog line. But bottom line is it got taken care of. And I don't know if you followed up on anything, but
Not really, sir. The only emails that I know I've been communicating with the respective water departments and DOT about other issues. But one thing's for sure, you can go by there now, and there is not an ice problem anymore.
But I mean, again, more importantly, it's not something that the town was simply ignoring. It was absolutely being looked at. It just took a little bit of time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Thank you, Counselor Paul. Next item, discussion and possible vote to approve Council Resolution 2025-0005 in support of House Bill 2024 H7075 regarding feral cats. This is the bill that our state representative had mentioned he was looking for a resolution in support of. He's been out there with this since 2016, so I'd like to get a vote.
Can you explain this?
Do I have a motion? Motion by Counselor Perry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Counselor Paul. Any discussion? Counselor Janik.
Who would be responsible to pay for this? I know you're laughing, but
Yes.
this is like, this will be something mandated, and I just want to know if this is something we have to add
This-
to our budget.
It is, no, it is my understanding that this bill would just allow that somebody traps a feral cat, they can spay or neuter the cat, and then release the feral cat back out.
Oh, I understand what it is now, okay.
So it's not a mandate, it's not telling us that we have to go out, trap feral cats, spay or neuter them, and then release
I
them.
swear to God, we've
This
been
just-
talking about this
This
for
just
years.
allows the,
It allows
anybody.
them to do it?
Yeah, so like if the ASPCA or whatever picks up a feral cat, they can spay or neuter it and then release it back.
It's not required that they
It's
do
not
it.
required.
It's optional.
Yeah.
It's optional. You can't.
It's
you can't
permissible.
mandate that. You can't make it. I don't think.
Yes, we are not sterilizing the feral cats. That's not a job responsibility for the council. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay.
Glad this council
Love
can
it.
get that.
Item N has been withdrawn.
I swear to God, we've been talking about this.
I'd like to ask, without objection, to continue item O to the next meeting. Okay. Item P, I'll go quick on this. Discussion and possible vote regarding proposal to combine efforts with Tiverton Wastewater District to RFP to clean and video record the town-owned sewer lines. Quick background, this has been out there. The RFP specs were missing. It has not actually been RFP'd. I spoke with Tiverton Wastewater. They're going to be going out to RFP to do their section. They offered to include the towns because they have the requisite expertise to do it. So I'm looking for a motion to, I guess, approve the combination with Tiverton Wastewater and let them run point on the RFP for cleaning and video recording our own sewer lines that we have not yet transferred to them.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay. Now, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed executive session, interim town administrator, Rhode Island General Law 42465A5, discussion related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes where an advanced public information would be detrimental to the interests of the public related to a conservation easement and related purchase and sale.
Second.
We're-
Roll call, right?
All right. I did. I made the motion, seconded by Counselor Hayden. Counselor Comito.
Yes.
Counselor Hayden.
Yes.
Counselor Janet.
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Davis. I'm a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to make a motion to go into closed executive session, interim town administrator, Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, personnel job performance annual evaluation for Deputy Fire Chief Josh Ferreira, notice given. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Janet. Counselor Comito.
Yes.
Counselor Hayden.
Yes.
Counselor Janet.
Yes.
Counselor David Harris. I'm a yes.
Yes.
All right. And finally, I'd like to go into closed executive session, interim town administrator, Rhode Island General Law 42465A5, discussion and possible vote on the disposition of publicly held property and lots in the Tiverton Industrial Park related to purchase and sale and future purchase option agreement. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Paul. Councilor Camino?
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
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 We are now in closed executive session.